Political correctness as modern censorship. 1. Legal correctness as a diachronic central concept of legal science. 1. Correctness instead of truth, a central concept in legal science. Legal science differs from other disciplines in many respects, despite shared elements and the need for interdisciplinarity. Although most disciplines, at least the so-called sciences, are interested in finding the truth, legal science one seeks truth primarily in the field of the real, i.e., the actual facts that primarily constitute the minor proposal of juridical reasoning. Also, at the level of applicable rule of law, of the major proposal of juridical reasoning, there is a potential for seeking the truth. For example, a legislative provision which passed with a particular wording and appeared in the government gazette, or a customary rule of law, are issues that fall in the lawyer's potential to seek the truth. The connection, though, between legal science and truth seems to stop at this point, and another concept comes in, that of correctness. Whether Rule A or B is selected as applicable in a case, and whether legislative provision A or B constitutes the major proposal, is not a question of truth-seeking but a question of proper judicial decision. Similarly, specifying and specializing vague concepts, e.g., fides, morality, right abuse, as well as including the minor in the major proposal of a juridical reasoning, is a matter of correctness too. The central concept in law, therefore, is probably not that of truth, but that of correctness 3, which is not universal over time, but specific to place and time. Law is a deontological science. Its proposals are not true or false, but rather correct or incorrect relative to certain purposes, which they intend to serve for. The scope of a law enforcer's assessment, when specifying indefinite concepts. The scope of a law enforcer's assessment, when specifying indefinite concepts. The discretion granted to the administration, by many legislative provisions, to choose one out of several legal solutions and the discretion granted to the administration, by many legislative provisions, to choose one out of several legal solutions and the appropriately limited freedom of a judge, e.g., in assessing a sentence by the criminal judge or in reforming a fine by an administrative judge. The appropriately limited freedom of a judge, e.g., in assessing a sentence by the criminal judge or in reforming a fine by an administrative judge. These instances may partly explain some of the specifics of legal science. They primarily explain what scientists of other disciplines can hardly understand: the lack of certainty and a strong subjective element in juridical reasoning. 5. Of course, the history of science in general confirms that science feeds on uncertainty. 6. The greatest scientific discoveries were made by researchers who challenged commonly accepted axioms and principles. However, what in other sciences is an exception, in law, is actually the rule. Questioning is a building block and part of the DNA of legal science. Knowledge of law is always relative, legal thought is largely evaluative, and where there is evaluation, there can be no absolute certainty. 7. 1965 suggested that legal concepts prevent a perfect application of a productive method in the field of knowledge of law, resulting in lack of full certainty, due to lack of precision with respect to legal concepts. The law, due to its imperfection and its inability to fully address relations and events of social life, needs to be supplemented by an inductive method, which does not ensure certainty but solely probability. Variability in the meaning of the law is another feature which sometimes makes it necessary for accepted truths to be revised. 8. By extension, lawyers can and sometimes should vigorously defend their views, especially on issues of individual rights protection. If they express themselves with absolute certainty, which unfortunately frequently occurs, and do not allow any doubt when an opposite argument raises itself in a scientific dialogue, they are probably inadequate lawyers. This is because they disregard that matters related to law are not mathematically accurate. We do not deal with mathematical data, but issues and experiences related to humans and society. We deal with conflicting interests and different perceptions of law or evaluative. 2. Why accepting correctness as a central concept of law science. Why is uncertainty and constant evolution more observed in law than in other disciplines? The difference lies in the raw material of legal science. Law regulates social, economic, and political relations in a society with coercive force. These relations are constantly changing over time, resulting in subsequent change of legal regulations and of the data of legal science. The law is constantly in progress, in motion. We are not just looking for new, innovative applications of old axioms, rules, and principles in law. Facts are often completely overturned. The public reasonably expects that science would unveil and formulate rules that apply everywhere and always. For example, we can hardly imagine laws of physics, chemistry, or mathematics that apply only to specific areas of the planet. Things are different in legal science. Its findings apply only to the legal order of a particular state, because law varies from place to place and over time within a state. Focusing on randomness randomizes legal science. Corrective words of the legislator and entire libraries are transformed into pulp, suggested in his seminal Speech 10. Let us look at the above a little more analytically through some examples, which come from the area of constitutional law. Up until a few decades ago, the main source of constitutional law was the national constitution. International law played a limited role for constitutional scholars. Everything was examined in the light of regulations of the national constitutional legislator, with a few strikes of comparative constitutional law at the level. In recent decades, however, constitutional law has become and has radically changed. Today, we speak of multi-level constitutionalism, and the national constitutional law is increasingly enriched by the EU and international law, in particular, the European Convention on Human Rights 11. Contrary to what one might think, this influence does not only concern fundamental rights but also the part of the Constitution, as demonstrated, for example, by the decisions of the European Court of Human Rights, ECHR. In cases concerning MP immunity lifting for offences unrelated to parliamentary activity, and cases against Greece. This phenomenon is due to a number of factors, the main ones being the establishment of the European communities and their evolution into the European Union, as well as the of law due to the of economic relations, the mobility of people and populations, the awareness of the international community about issues concerning human rights, the development of technology and the Internet, etc. Another typical example is the principle of proportionality, which, following the 2001 constitutional revision, is now explicitly enshrined in Article 25, Par. 1 of the Constitution. If someone goes back to the classic handbooks of constitutional law of past decades, one will find very few words on the principle of proportionality. Nowadays, however, the principle of proportionality is perhaps the leading principle of constitutional law, and its scope has been extended to Private Law 12. This development is due to a series of structural changes that have taken place in society, economy, and politics. First of all, reality has become so complex, e.g., due to the development of technology, that legal rules either do not regulate certain issues or regulate them through general clauses, vague concepts, etc. Laws have largely lost their effectiveness, in the sense that they rarely regulate a factual situation directly and do not immediately point to a legal consequence but merely provide the framework for a more creative, law-making operation of the judge. The latter, who cannot refuse to adjudicate in the context of this law-shaping operation, is constantly weighing up rights, legal commodities, and interests. This balancing, which together with the test of availability and necessity, constitutes the principle of proportionality and is in modern law for a number of additional reasons, mainly because new rights are constantly being acknowledged, e.g., protection of personal data, access to public documents, protection of the environment, which are constantly in conflict with other rights. Secondly, because fundamental rights also concern relations between individuals, to which they relate, Article 25, Par. 1 of the Constitution, the necessary balances, and consequently, the application of the principle of proportionality is constantly being extended. Of course, all these are connected to the general political conditions. During the interwar period and after World War II, violations of fundamental rights were of such a scale and intensity 13 that it was difficult to comply with the application of the luxurious principle of proportionality. When the persecutions of political opponents took the form of executions and deportations with extensive use of the para-constitution, post-war legal and regulatory measures against human rights, which were conflicting with the then 1952 Constitution, but were applied to resist the spread of communism. The best-case scenario of constitutional law application in those times could only be the application of the constitutional provisions to the extent that they safeguarded citizens' liberties. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (org) licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. For a concise and understandable introduction to the basic features of legal science, see What is Law? Legal Science for All, Crete University Press, 2018. On the general issue of whether there is a single correct solution to legal issues, see Law and Juridical Judgment. A Philosophical Revision of the Methodology of Law, Crete University Press, 2017. 256. See in detail, I Am Truth and Correctness in Legal Thinking, lecture given at the 491st Foundation celebration of the Ludwig Maximilian University of Munich on July 6, 1963, Max Publishing. See also A Legal Thought and Its Method, EEN 1965. 381. Science of Law and Legal Dogmatics, Novi 1981, p. 253-260. See The Law Between Legal Science and Natural Science with the Assistance of Mathematics, available at M.O. last accessed March 10, 2025. In the field of natural science, scholars perpetually seeking the truth about the natural world use objectively operating scientific methods, observation and mainly experiment, and move between verification and refutation falsification, reminding of semi-god Prometheus in Aeschylus' trilogy, who initially appeared as a fire-bearer, was then tied down and finally liberated. The brave search for truth about natural world, in of humanity, the punishment for potential refutation and the final redemption. When verification is achieved in the field of legal science, the judge, as an interpreter and enforcer of institutional law, resembles Hercules. He is called to carry out the feat of choosing the right solution, according to requirements of justice, with a view to exercising fundamental human rights on the basis of freedom and equality in its proportional sense. See also Law and Forensic Judgment. A Philosophical Review of the Methodology of Law, Crete University Press, 2017, p. 261. In practice, of course, there is often a subjective uncertainty around the correctness of certain legal judgments and their foundations, which largely explains the phenomenon of disagreement. See also, complaints have increased. Lawyers miss the old judges. Ta, February 1, 2024. University of Frankfurt has posted the inscription, "You enter this place not to worship science but to question it." What is Law? Legal Science for All, Crete University Press, 2018. 145-147. A Legal Thought and Its Method, EEN 1965, p. 381. 387-88. Questioning Law as a Science, Chronicles of Private Law, 2011, p. 480-485. What is Law? Legal Science for All, Crete University Press, 2018. 143-144. See also A Legal Thought and Its Method, EEN 1965, p. 381. 383. See, among others, Constitutional Law Courses, New Edition, Athens, Publications 2021. 161. The Dynamic Interpretation of the Constitution. Adapting Constitutional Text to Changing Circumstances, Athens, Eurasia Publications 2014. 136. See Plenary of Greek Supreme Court 92015. The principle of proportionality, in the sense of a mandatory measure of a reasonable counterbalance between supply and benefit. Impacts any kind of state activity, and when it comes to conflicting interests in the field of private law, since the scope of this principle is not limited only to certain areas of law, Instead, even prior to its explicit, it permeated the entire legal order and should therefore be taken into account in the interpretation and application of any rule of law. Besides, through the explicit statement of Article 25, Par. 1 of the Constitution, the institutionalized protection it establishes for human rights, individual rights, also applies to the relations of individuals to which it applies, and thus the obligation of the competent judicial bodies is defined, when they are involved in the resolution of private disputes, to resolve them in such a way so that there is a fair balance between the opposing interests with a parallel protection of fundamental rights. See in detail, Political Institutions in Crisis 1922, 1974. Aspects of the Greek Experience, 3rd edition, Athens, Publications 1995. 337. 2. Political correctness. The general context. 1. The concept, historical development, supporters and opponents of political correctness. Nowadays, there seems to be little concern about the concept and the broader problematic of legal correctness. 1. The problematic of political correctness has occupied a central place in scientific debates, especially in the field of constitutional law. In a broad sense, we mean the development of a code of expression, communication, and which is considered correct by society or a large part of it. If one violates it, one suffers adverse consequences. Simply put, in the words of Francis, political correctness refers to things we cannot say in public without fear of a humiliating moral condemnation. 2. In its narrowest sense, political correctness is a prohibition of using words, expressions, and that may be offensive towards certain groups. They are usually minority groups identified on the basis of their skin or other physical characteristics, gender, ethnic origin, religious beliefs, or sexual orientation. 3. The consequences of violating the rules of political correctness are not usually of a strictly legal nature in the sense that they are not included in the law, but they are very serious in many cases, more serious than legal consequences, and their enforcement is considered obligatory by the circles concerned. However, political correctness is often abusively invoked for obligations that originate directly from the law and reflect fundamental values of our legal culture. Thus, respecting the presumption of innocence in the media is not a matter of political correctness, but a legal obligation deriving from the constitutional principle of the rule of law. Article 25, Par. 1 of the Constitution, the European Convention on Human Rights, Article 6, Par. 2, and numerous other provisions of the applicable legislation, i.g. Article 11 of Presidential Decree 77-2003. Likewise, it is not a matter of political correctness, but a legal obligation for citizens to refrain from publicly inciting discrimination, hatred, or violence, conforming to the relevant provision of the Anti-Racism Law 4. Instances of political correctness rules are numerous and extend to almost every domain of scientific, social, and political life. 5. As a result, the attributive adjective political correctness is rather limiting and in any case fails to capture the nearly universal scope of the term in public discourse, the arts, education, scientific dialogue, professional and workplace relations, journalism, religion, international relations, advertising, and social media are just some of the fields where political correctness matters. Political correctness is currently even taught at Universities 6 and was a topic of discussion in the 2023 International Book Fair 7. At the same time, however, political correctness may have contributed, alongside other factors, to politicizing fields that were not previously considered part of the political sphere. Stuart Hall insightfully suggested that sites of social conflict proliferated in the era of political correctness, to include, beyond class politics and inequality, struggles over issues of race, gender, sexuality, family, ethnicity, and cultural difference. Matters such as family life, marriage, and sexual relationships or food, which were once deemed non-political, have now been. Nevertheless, it would probably be more accurate to speak of moral correctness. This is because most rules of political correctness carry a moral undertone, e.g. do not use expressions that may offend certain social groups. 9. Raising a further question as to what extent moral rules can be enforced and made obligatory. The above seem to suggest that political correctness raises numerous issues, spanning multiple academic disciplines. Further down, the study examines constitutional issues posed by political correctness. 10. The topic is of particular interest because it presupposes engaging with other fields of study, e.g. political science, sociology, linguistics, art history, once again highlighting the need for an interdisciplinary approach. At the same time, it presents a significant difficulty, however, as it touches upon highly sensitive issues that divide and polarize contemporary societies worldwide. Under these circumstances, there is an inevitable risk that any scholarly study on political correctness may itself attract heavy criticism on the basis of political correctness. 11. Moreover, any stance taken on related issues is likely to conflict with views held by either supporters or opponents of political correctness. Some introductory clarifications on political correctness may be useful. Contrary to what one might assume, the term political correctness is not a new one. 12. The term appears, albeit in a different context, in a 1793 decision of the Supreme Court of the United States. 13. It was one of the expressions in leftist vocabulary, a few decades ago, often used, sometimes humorously, as a kind of internal joke to suggest that a view was not politically associated political correctness with political thought when the latter carried scientific weight. 15. Nevertheless, despite the fact that the debate around political correctness is not new, in the modern era it has gained even greater significance, primarily due to advances in technology, the internet, and social media. Violation of political correctness rules has always had certain consequences. Today, however, in the era of technology and the internet, often described as a play on democracy, social condemnation online for violating rules of political correctness can reach such a scale and intensity that it may lead to stigmatization, job loss, or even social isolation of the offender. The unrestricted, hostile, and excessively easy public shaming, facilitated by online anonymity, of anyone who has made a mistake, may have immeasurable consequences. 16. The assumption is that political correctness is closely linked to cancel culture. 17. Or what has been called the modern version of ostracism. 18. Anyone who violates the rules of political correctness is stigmatized online before an unlimited audience and becomes isolated from their social circle. 19. The internet is indeed a modern panopticon in terms, which applies the saying homo lupus 20. Man is a wolf to man. However, the development of technology also intersects with the debate on political correctness in another way. Artificial intelligence applications operate on the basis of data and programming input provided by humans. The more this programming is excessively oriented towards political correctness, the more frequently incidents like recent ones will occur, such as Google's Gemini AI depicting the Pope as an Asian woman and the Vikings as black people. 21. The discussion about political correctness has now expanded on a global level. 22. And as is the case with many other issues of public discourse, it has become polarized and politicized. There are enemies of political correctness who even use numerous and very harsh expressions, such as New Orthodoxy. 23, left-wing McCarthyism. 24, totalitarianism. 25, New McCarthyism, Stalinist orthodoxy, liberal fascism. 26, a new version of fascism. 27, intellectual conformism. Liberal McCarthyism. 28, inquisitorial medievalism. 29, cloud of obscurantism. 30, messianism. 31, and sociocultural black hole. 32, cultural neurosis that requires treatment. 33, tyranny of the evil that fights against good, freedom. 35, characteristic is the work of a most well-known German constitutionalists, who in his work Political Correctness, Freedom of Expression versus Political Correctness, uses expressions such as prohibition of speech, censorship of opinion, and tyranny of group veto. 36, Eco also described political correctness as the new fundamentalism. 3738. Beyond the opponents of political correctness, who often associate it with the woke movement. 39, there are also its supporters, who, with some variations and not always accepting the term political correctness, consider that rules of speech and are necessary, especially for protecting minorities. 40414. If we have the freedom to say that all Arabs are unassimilable Islamists, all black people are drug dealers, we deprive them of the freedom to find employment, or even to walk down the street without being subjected to police. It is also often alleged that those who react to political correctness are financially supported by conservative foundations and think tanks. 43, and are in fact not interested in freedom of expression, but in not recognizing minority rights. 44, it has furthermore been suggested that whenever a conservative viewpoint is criticized, especially in the United States of America, it is automatically blamed for political incorrectness. 45, even the negative character of cancel culture is being questioned, on the grounds that it is simply a consequence culture, in the sense that everyone assumes accountability and suffers the consequences of their actions. 46. 2. Ideological assumptions of political correctness. The debate often acquires a political character. Particularly in the United States of America, 47 conservatives are considered enemies of political correctness and liberal leftists its supporters. That derives from U.S. political life. In the spring of 1991, the then-President George W. Bush spoke out against political correctness in a speech at the University of Michigan that made a great impression. As he suggested in dramatic tones on the bicentenary of the Bill of Rights, freedom of expression is endangered by political correctness. Its crusaders are fighting diversity in the name of diversity and in a manner reminiscing the works of George 48. Since then, the Republican Party and conservative circles of American political life in general have identified with the polemic against political correctness. The tendency reached its peak with Trump 49, who referred to cancel culture as one of the many crimes of the left 50 in 2020 at the Republican National Convention, and defined an anti-woke university as one of his central political goals in case of his re-election as President of the United States of America. 51. However, these distinctions do not always reflect reality. 52. Apart from the inevitable and oversimplifications that any and classification into camps assumes, the conservative or progressive character, whatever these terms mean, of political correctness or opposition to it, is far from fixed and granted and depends on the historical and spatial context in which it occurs. 53. The United States of America is a typical example. There, progressive liberals appear as proponents of existing political correctness standards, but especially with regard to book withdrawals from school libraries, e.g. Due to erotic content, the defense of political correctness comes from the conservative side. 54. Similar remarks can be made about Europe. For example, an opponent of political correctness politically belongs to the liberals and not to the traditional conservative parties of Germany, CDU-CSU. One of the most popular politicians of the German left has likewise adopted a very militant approach against political correctness, speaking about a hypersensitivity to issues of language and symbolism, and assuming that this trend did not originate from oppressed minorities but from the elite universities. In the United States of America and Great Britain. 55, even the prestigious German weekly newspaper Die, which identified itself with the leading figure of European social democracy, very often hosts militant articles against political correctness. In Great Britain, one of the most important figures of the left-wing intellectual community, Stuart Hall, has been very critical towards political correctness. 56. In Greece, there are quite a few who refer to standards of political correctness in national and religious issues. 57. So whoever expresses a deviant opinion on national issues or artistically express themselves in an unconventional, challenging way about Christianity faces the reproach of an unprecedented anti-national attitude. 58, or blasphemy. 59, respectively. Monolithic approaches to the issue of political correctness become even more prohibitive, considering the structural and inherent contradiction in political correctness. It is an idea born in an ultraliberal era, aiming to protect the freedom of the weakest and especially of all kinds of minorities from the verbal symbolic imposition of the majority. It seeks to achieve it by setting limits on speech, which seemingly contradicts a basic of liberal culture. Freedom of speech. 60. Stephen Fry very aptly describes the contradiction. It's a strange paradox that the liberals are illiberal in their demand for liberality. They are exclusive in their demand for inclusivity. They are homogeneous in their demand for heterogeneity. They are somehow diverse in their call for diversity. You can diverse, but not diverse in your opinions, in your language, and in your 61. 3. The involvement of language. Finally, things become even more complicated, because the issue of political correctness involves one of the most alive and dynamic human tools, language. 6263. As points out, if language is indeed a thing, it is not a dead one at least. Language lives. Forces are at work in it, it grows, gets old, and dies. Again, the of language openly invites an anthropomorphic perspective. The language searches for a solution, eradicates, seduces, fights for survival, and wins. 64. Most violations of political correctness rules can be attributed to incorrect use of words. Language, though, has such a dynamic and multifaceted nature that it is difficult to be hemmed by rules of political correctness. 65. Which, even when they occur, at least at the linguistic level, are constantly changing, e.g. If someone looks up the German word Indian in the famous German dictionary, they will only find the etymology of the word from Columbo, who mistakenly thought he discovered the Indies, while of course he discovered America, but they will also read the note, namely, that the item conveys adverse discrimination. Some alternative names are listed, such as Pueblos and First Nations people of America. And yet a shared insight would suggest that the term conveys a very positive connotation. 66 The term people with special needs, which was used and considered correct some decades ago, is now considered totally wrong and offensive, and the older term people with disabilities 67 is used instead. People with black skin in the United States of America used to be called then Negro, then Black, then Afro-American, then African-American, and today the politically correct wording is the more general term people of color 68. The example of black skin people is particularly illustrative, because literally a single letter, the U, makes the difference, nowadays, is considered anachronistic and highly offensive, while people of is the politically correct designation 69. Certain of the above older expressions are considered so offensive that they are not allowed to be used even in narrative form, not even when it is clear that the person using them disapproves of them. Thus, the word nigger is now referred to as N-word, N-wort in German 70. The linguistic rules of political correctness cannot be the same in every language either. Today, for example, the use of neutral gender is spreading to cover persons who, for whatever reason, do not identify themselves as either men or women. Among other things, university students in Greek are suggested to be referred to as students plus male suffix, students plus female suffix, and students plus neutral suffix, as an example of inclusive language 7172. But what about languages, such as Italian, which do not have neutral gender? Can languages that have a grammatical gender, such as Greek and German, be assimilated with other languages, such as English, that do? In Greek, for example, it is a question of whether to use the term professor plus male suffix or professor plus female suffix when not referring to a specific person. English, which does nor mark nouns for gender, can use the term professor indiscriminately. This is the reason why some titles of plays or films in Greece remains untranslated 74. Obviously, there are language shifts which showcase and simultaneously contribute to a gradual social shift of gender equality. Because indeed, symbolic load and subjective values which words carry can help remove obsolete social prejudices 75 in English. For example, policeman is fading out and tends to be replaced by the term police officer. Similarly, chairman is being casted aside and replaced by the term chair in conferences. Greek no longer uses the outdated term to staff to provide personnel which is male gender specific, but the verb which has the same meaning but is gender neutral. Those are some positive lexical shifts which, however, were not imposed but followed a shared linguistic insight which attenuated, unfortunately, not extinguished social imbalances at the expense of women. 76 To sum up, every time period has its language sensibilities, which in turn co-configure a historical and social framework. 77. Even in legal discourse, some terms can contribute to consolidating some rule of law institutions and perceptions. For example, the term temporary detention is undoubtedly closer to the presumption of innocence of an accused in relation to the obsolete term pretrial detention. After the reform of family law, the term child born out of wedlock has been established in both the legal and the colloquial language, instead of the inadmissible older term illegitimate child. Here we are dealing with a typical case where legal terms helped consolidate the principle of equality and human value. These instances, however, are different from others to be discussed below, for which there is so much debate about what the politically correct term may be, which downgrades the significance of the primary and substantive issue. The assumption that if things are called by a different name, they will cease to exist, is an instance of extreme nominalism. 78. Language, finally, is getting involved in the issue of political correctness in another way. The views disapproved by political correctness are very often heavily characterized as racist and sexist, which may end up depriving the relevant items of their meaning. Research has shown that the use of the term racist in the New York Times increased by 700% between 2011 and 2019. In the Washington Post, occurrence of the term increased to 1%. 79. The phenomenon seems worrying. The higher the reckless use of a word such as racism, which assumes denial of human nature and human, and the more it is applied to that are not really racist, the more the item loses its negative connotations, and the more it loses its meaning as to be avoided and condemned at all costs. 4. Political correctness and war. The war in Ukraine and the even more recent war in the Strip have brought to the fore another expression of political correctness, which relates to Warfare 80, the fact that the author of this book feels the need to make clear the obvious to readers, namely that Russia's invasion into Ukraine is a reprehensible and illegal act, and that Hamas is a terrorist organization, suggests that there is political correctness 81 in the context of armed conflicts. The conclusion also emerges from current affairs, e.g. from France and Germany, where the pro-Palestinian demonstrations were banned. 82 phenomena of self-censorship are also mentioned on social media, while the European Commission also drew attention to platforms such as Facebook, Instagram, X, Twitter, and on issues related to the attack by Hamas on October 7, 2023, and the war in the Strip. In Berlin, a prerequisite for artist support is now their written confirmation that they condemn anti-Semitism. 83 in France, Jean, leader of the largest left-wing opposition party, was banned from holding an event on Palestine, and the co-organizer of the event of Palestinian origin was asked to explain to the judicial police the glorification of terrorism, even though she had condemned the terrorist attack by Hamas. Victims of censorship are sometimes Jewish people or intellectuals of Jewish origin, such as the philosopher Nancy Fraser, whose invitation to teach at the University of Cologne was withdrawn because she put forward pro-Palestinian positions. 84 The issue seems to be even more acute in the United States of America, where government officials are reportedly threatening to cut off funding to those colleges whose students blame Israeli policy for the situation. 85 in this regard. Trump proposed expulsion from American college campuses of those who speak out against Israel and America, while New York University launched an investigation on the student who, after the Hamas terrorist attack, reacted with the phrase, "Israel bears full responsibility for this horrific loss of life." 86 In any case, the case of the Hamas attack on Israel and Israel's intervention in has shown how acute the problem of political correctness in American universities is, which will be discussed later on. Presidents of 3 leading universities, MIT, Pennsylvania, and were called to account for utterly disparate positions before the House of Representatives by members of the academic community, and 2 of them, the presidents of the University of Pennsylvania, and resigned after strong reaction. In fact, the interrogation of the 3 presidents was undertaken by a close political friend of Trump, who after the first resignation of the president of the University of Pennsylvania tweeted, "One has fallen. The other 2 shall follow." 87. Interesting is the correlation of the difficult position which the 3 renowned American universities found themselves in with their tactics of political correctness of the past, on issues such as biological sex or positive discrimination of specific minorities. As professor of political science at Johns University and co-editor of the German newspaper Die suggests, when they, the presidents of the 3 universities, invoke academic freedom, their words sound hypocritical. Their institutions have repeatedly failed to protect the freedom of speech of their own academics, who have suffered persecution and cancellation for their frequently ideologically mild positions. Universities are now paying the price for such misdeeds. If they support freedom of expression, they should do so systematically. What they cannot do is to selectively apply the rules, offering a form of hatred, one that supports Hamas and anti-Jewish positions, the institution's seal of approval. 88. Condemning actions of terrorist organizations, such as Hamas, is self-evident and obviously not related to matters of political correctness. But does this mean that the deeper and longer-term causes, which led to the current situation, should not be sought after? Does it mean that the potential responsibility of the part that suffered the terrorist attack should not be examined? Does it mean that freedom of expression would not protect even the wrong view, and that it should be integrated into the molds of foreign policy relations and expediencies? In any case, regardless of answers to the above questions, the aforementioned examples show us that political correctness is no longer limited to domestic political and social life, but extends to the field of foreign policy and international relations. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (org) licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. See Xenophon, Our Irrational Constitution. Why have political institutions failed? Athens Publications 2013. 120. On the concept of constitutional correctness, which means evaluation based on constitutional ethics without legal binding force or sanctions. Francis. Identity. The Demand for Dignity and the Politics of Resentment. Translation by V. Editing by Athens. Publications 2018, p. 176. For a definition of political correctness, see Ideology in Children's Literature. Political Correctness in Children's Literature, National and University of Athens, 2015, available at courses ECD3, and Is political correctness a tool for equality or does it limit freedom of expression? Available at Styles IT's, Deborah Verbal Hygiene London, Linguistics Classics, 2012. 122. Hughes Political Correctness. A History of Semantics and Culture, Oxford, Publishing, 2010. 3. Political Correctness, Freedom of Expression versus Political Correctness, Berlin, and 2017. 17. Political Correctness, a Threat to Free Speech or a Tool to Achieve Equality. Examination of whether political correctness is a justified restriction to freedom of speech or not, 2022. 3. Available at repository.org items 969F76126-420CB94EC03968A4F0E. Politically Correct Language and Freedom of Speech, From Politics and Contemporary History, 1213-2020. 22. Thomas Political Correctness, A Sociocultural Black Hole, London, Studies in Social and Political Thought, 2021. 82. Rayner, I Am Political Correctness. A Grip on Norms in Everyday Life, in Die Politics, New Media and the Language of Law, Berlin, and 2007. 71. Article 1 of Law No. 927, 1979. Whoever intentionally, publicly, orally, or through the press, via the internet or by any other means or manner, incites, provokes, stimulates, or incites acts or actions that may cause discrimination, hatred, or violence against a person or group of persons on the basis of race, religion, genealogical origins, national or ethnic origin, sexual orientation, gender identity, gender characteristics, or disability. In a manner that endangers public order or poses a threat to the life, liberty, or physical integrity of the aforementioned persons, shall be punishable by imprisonment for a term of 3 months to 3 years, and a fine of 5 to 20,000, €520,000. On the problematic nature of prohibiting hate speech, see Hate Speech, Democracy and Censorship in Penelope and Dictionary of Censorship in Greece. Stunted Democracy, Dictatorship, Transition to Democracy, Athens, Publications 2018. 245. See also Thomas Political Correctness, A Sociocultural Black Hole, London, Studies in Social and Political Thought, 2021, p5. See, for example, the e-learning of the National and University of Athens entitled Political Correctness and Cancel Culture, Courses Ts GAD 1 and 0 ICO ARIS Y0 A1 EM 66 I11 B9 P SE SDJ 0 A0B, Academic Supervisor, Contributor, Thomas, last accessed May 9, 2024. See also Banned Books in the Era of Political Correctness and the Limits of Intervention in the Space of Ideas and Creation, available at Fair N. Banned Books in the Era of Political Correctness and the Limits of Intervention in the Space of Ideas and Creation, last accessed May 10, 2024. Stuart Hall Exploring Some Politically Incorrect Paths of Political Correctness, translated into Greek by 16161, April-December 2023, p. 141-143. See also Alexander, Political Correctness. Do We Need Political Correctness? Available at INSUP 21458975, last accessed May 15, 2025. On the broader issue, see also Sandra and Political Correctness, the twofold protection of, available at linkspringer.com article 101007 S11406019000944, last accessed May 15, 2025. Political correctness, a threat to free speech or a tool to achieve equality. An examination of whether political correctness is a justified restriction to freedom of speech or not, 2022, available at repository org items 969 F76126420 CB94 EC 03968A4F0E, last accessed May 20, 2024. The culture wars, almost by design, touch on subjects such as race, gender, religion, and sexuality, about which people feel very strongly. It's difficult to unpick the arguments around PC political correctness without causing some offense to someone, particularly when presenting a case that is at odds with the mainstream left as well. The right, Jeff Sparrow, trigger warnings. Political Correctness and the Rise of the Right, Melbourne, London, Scribe, 2018, p. 10. On the history of political correctness, see Stuart Hall, Exploring Some Politically Incorrect Pathways of Political Correctness, translated into Greek by 161-61, April-December 2023, p. 141-142. Hughes, Political Correctness. A History of Semantics and Culture, Oxford, Publishing, 2010. 60. Jeff Sparrow, Trigger Warnings. Political Correctness and the Rise of the Right, Melbourne, London, Scribe, 2018. 12. John Wilson, The Myth of Political Correctness. The Conservative Attack on Higher Education, Duke University Press, 1995, p. 3. In the opinion of Judge James Wilson, in the decision vs. Georgia, see Political Correctness and Popular Prejudices, available at 201800601 Opinions, a last accessed March 11, 2025, and Noah Caldwell and How Cancel Culture Became Politicized, Just Like Political Correctness, available at org 20210709101474428 Cancel Culture, Debate 90s Roots Political Correctness, July 26, 2021. See Political Correctness, Acquittal of Censorship, available at link last accessed February 23, 2024, and Spontaneity on the Fire of Political Correctness, available at Styles IT's last accessed February 24, 2024. See also and Petros, Social Media, Why We Kill Each Other on Social Media, to November 5, 2023. See Julian, Cancel Culture. Cancel Culture. The End of Enlightenment. A Plea for Independent Thinking, Munich, Piper Publishing, 3rd edition, 2023. Who Cancels What, translated into Greek by Cancel Culture, Athens, Polis Publishing, 2022. Also see Cancel Culture, What Do You Know About Cancel Culture? Available at 682845 Cancel Culture T. Tin Teas, last accessed March 10, 2025. Christos, Cancel Culture. Cancel Culture, the Greek Way. Canceling Pluralism or Just a Toxic Culture That Doesn't Forgive. Available at 202401009 Society Cancel Alatis Iden, last accessed 10, 2025. Cancel Culture and Historical Silencing. Available at blogs 202100720 Cancel Culture and Historical Silencing, LSC, July 20, 2021. Cancel Culture and Other Myths. Anti-Fandom as Heartbreak. Available at org article Cancel Culture, last accessed May 10, 2025, Free Speech. What Everyone Needs to Know, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 2024. 229. Only When I Laugh, available at Magmono, last accessed March 10, 2025. See Noah Caldwell, How Cancel Culture Became Politicized, Just Like Political Correctness, available at org 20210709101474428 Cancel Culture Debate Has Early 90s Roots Political Correctness, July 26, 2021. However, see View in Political Correctness from the American Campuses to Our Small Country, available at Mag Itati Maz Kora, last accessed April 27, 2025, who argues that the virtue of political correctness is that it serves as an informal mechanism not of sanctions or censorship, but of democratic self-restraint, thanks to which the public sphere can be framed by a pedagogy of freedom of expression. Also see the relationship between political correctness and freedom of expression, below. Thomas, Political Correctness, A Sociocultural Black Hole, London, Studies in Social and Political Thought, 2021, p. 127. See ChatGPT and Bias in Woke. The Awakening Movement, Special Edition, April 28, 2024, p. 52. See also Google Gemini, Google Gemini. The Problem with the Applications, Excessive Political Correctness, and the Real Issue, available at News to Me Tin Tees, March 10, 2024. Apart from the numerous references that follow regarding Europe and the United States of America, a very intense debate on political correctness is also taking place. For example, in Canada, see Stephen Fry, Jordan Michael, Political Correctness Gone Mad. London Publications, 2018, and in Australia, see Jeff Sparrow, Trigger Warnings. Political Correctness and the Rise of the Right, Melbourne, London, Scribe, 2018, p. 54. Mansfield, Political Correctness and the Suicide of the Intellect, available at Heritage.org. Political Process Report, Political Correctness and the Suicide of the Intellect, June 26, 1991, last accessed May 2, 2025. Political Correctness, The Open-Minded of the Left, Res Publica, available at 201703. Post Political Correct Leftish Ideology, last accessed May 2, 2025. The New Totalitarianism. Translation and editing, Christina, Athens, 2023. 131. Stephen, Political Correctness and the American Law School, Washington University Law Quarterly 69, 1991. 1041. Available at Law 6943. Xenophon, On the Movement of the Awakened, Issue 127, December 2023, January 2024, p. 4950. Anderson, Political Correctness on College Campuses, Freedom of Speech v. Doing the Politically Correct Thing, SMU Law Review 1993. 171. Available at Scholar 46 110, last accessed May 2, 2025. An Attack of Irrationalism Against Sciences, interview with Issue 128, February-March 2024, p. 2324. Editorial 20 March 2024. And the Deconstruction of European Greek Culture and Aid. Woke. The Universal Deconstruction, Nation, Gender, Race, Athens, 2023, p. 911. Thomas, Political Correctness, A Sociocultural Black Hole, Studies in Social and Political Thought, 2021, p. 9. The main hypotheses of this work are these. PC Political correctness is a double-edged sword which paradoxically cuts only one way, the wrong one. Just like the gravity of a literal black hole distorts the fabric of space-time, PC is a black hole that warps people's truth, seeking processes and moral radars. PC is simply one of the innumerable manifestations of human inanity, egotism, and malice. How to Escape from the Black Achilles, available at Opinion 561343324 Po Esme A Woke Culture. The Woke Culture. The Barbarism of the Right Side of History, Athens, 2023, p. 17. The Tyranny of Political Correctness, available at in 20230523 Ts, or The Supporters of Political Correctness Violently Impose Restrictions on Free Thought and Expression. Thus, it takes the form of a battle between good freedom and evil suppression of rights for the enforcement of political correctness. Political Correctness, Berlin, and 2017, p. 6. See also The Swamp of Political Correctness, Tun, January 17, 2023. See also The New Puritanism, March 30, 2023. Anything that does not conform to the principles of the new conformism is cut off. Once cut off, it is ridiculed and cast into outer darkness. The Puritanism of our century does not only deal with the control of the body, but also with the entire system of understanding the world. The increasingly frequent incidents of content control in books, the form of artworks, freedom of speech, academic freedom, public behavior, the nature of language, and its capacity to evolve freely, are gradually shaping the environment of an international of totalitarianism. See Introductory Note. The Academic Adequacy of the Woke Movement, Issue 26, September 2023, p. 120. Through political correctness, the woke movement develops under academic greenhouse conditions. Through intimidation, it becomes immune to scientific criticism. Its supporters have free rein to promote their ideas without any criticism, in an environment where everything can be said and every theory is respected, provided it is politically expedient. For the woke movement, see also The Tangled History of Woke in Woke. The Awakening Movement, Special Edition, April 28, 2024, p4. As well as all the other texts referred to in this work. See, for example, Who Needs Political Correctness? Available at Postscripts Tina, last accessed March 11, 2025, Sabine Hark, Ist, Equality is Non-Negotiable, December 13, 2020. 12. Cancel Culture. Democratization through Cancel Culture. On the relationship between artistic freedom and emancipation, available at Die Ist, available at Kultur Die 139044425, last accessed May 15, 2025, Political Correctness. How the Right Invented a Phantom Enemy, available at Commerce News 201630, Political Correctness, How Invented Phantom Enemy Trump. Among the supporters of political correctness is Frank Walter, President of the Federal Republic of Germany. What was the point of political correctness, which is now being fought so fiercely? Conscious or unconscious discrimination against individuals or groups should be reduced, for example, through more appropriate use of language. The simple laws of politeness and civil interaction should apply to everyone, including those who are in some way different from the majority. Difference not as a deficiency, as a risk, difference rather as being different with equal rights. Recognizing the equal dignity of others in language and thus in social consciousness. That was and is the point. Read M18. November 2019 in Hamburg, speech at the annual meeting of the German Rectors Conference on November 18, 2019 in Hamburg. Available at Service Bulletin Dr. Frank Walter 1696216. See also Cancel Culture, Who Cancels What? Reflections on Cancel Culture, translated into Greek by Athens, Polis Publications 2022. 1213. Regarding cancel culture, a critical tool of minorities exercising their freedom of expression, exposes issues or acts that are deemed unacceptable or offensive. Cancel culture is therefore above all a form of expression and protest. Cancel culture is a call for people to take responsibility for our ideological positions and an invitation to ethical awareness. The Inner Enemies of Democracy, translated into Greek by Athens, Publications 2013, p. 184. See John Wilson, The Myth of Political Correctness, The Conservative Attack on Higher Education, Duke University Press, 1995. 26. See Political Correctness and Freedom of Expression. When you hear someone complaining about political correctness, they almost never mean, say, that in the country's public discourse it is deemed inappropriate to refer to the small country located between Albania and Bulgaria by the name Macedonia. Although this is a prime example of political correctness in our time, by political correctness, we almost exclusively mean the restrictions on the reproduction of words and expressions that offend social groups who have historically faced discrimination. People with disabilities, LGBTQI individuals, people with eating disorders, with mental illnesses, with a different religion or different origin from the majority of a country's population. Available at Opinion 1016799, Mar. 29, 2019, last accessed May 10, 2025. Baron, you can't always say what you want. The Paradox of Free Speech, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 2023. 214. Also see Ernest Owens, The Case for Cancel Culture, How This Democratic Tool Works to Liberate Us All, an excerpt of the book as presented in, available at iCollyTin, last accessed January 10, 2025. For many years, the so-called cancel culture has been scorned or misinterpreted as a new phenomenon that undermines freedom of expression and speech. Cancel culture is a poison for those in positions of power who benefit from a perverse idea of uncontrolled freedom of speech. Those who fear a cancel culture may claim to fear suppression of free expression, but often what they want to avoid is accountability for their actions. See also The Identity Trap. A Story of Ideas and Power in Our Time, UK. Lane Penguin Books, 2023, p. 168. The new wave of political correctness has started in the United States of America and then spread to Europe. See from a more general point of view, Pascal, a Greek translation by Athens, Publications 2022 p25. America has a unique trait: it encourages those who wish to imitate it. For a century, its culture has been exported better than any other. It adapts to all climates and all beliefs. It possesses an unparalleled power of dissemination and transmission. It is the preeminent culture of disguise. Even those who hate it want to enjoy it. See Jeff Sparrow, Trigger Warnings. Political Correctness and the Rise of the Right, Melbourne, London, Scribe, 2018. 2021, Political Correctness, How the Right Invented a Phantom Enemy, available at Commerce News 201630. Political Correctness, How Invented Phantom Enemy Trump, The Guardian, November 30, 2016, John Wilson, The Myth of Political Correctness. The Conservative Attack on Higher Education, Duke University Press, 1995. See Georgia, Political Correctness or PC. Political Correctness or PC in Political Discourse and in Shaping Political Identities, available at com 20190120. Analysis, last access June 14, 2024. Among others, Trump has suggested that he thinks the big problem this country has is being politically correct. Jeff Sparrow, Trigger Warnings. Political Correctness and the Rise of the Right, Melbourne, London, Scribe, 2018 p3. Baron, you can't always say what you want. The Paradox of Free Speech, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 2023 p. 214. Trump Agenda Upends GOP Orthodoxy, to International Edition, December 10, 2023. On France, C. Maria, Woke New French Culture Minister takes aim at woke culture, February 25, 2024. Woke has become a culture of censorship, French culture minister suggested a few days ago, pointing out that culture is not about deconstruction, it is not eradication. I will not take the side of the censors. I am in of freedom of art and democracy, she concluded. See Thomas on Political Correctness, 18 June 2023. See also Stephen Fry, who is an opponent of political correctness. Stephen Fry in Conversation with Griffiths, in Stephen Fry, Jordan Michael, and Political Correctness Gone Mad. London Publications 2018 p21. I think it's very important to try to suggest that any anti-PC political correctness rhetoric isn't entirely the property of the right. I characterize myself as a soft, a flaccid, flabby, not a progressive or a street-marching socialist, but someone who's always tended toward a liberal outlook. See also The Other Political Correctness, available at Liberal Eye. 13, 2019, last accessed May 15, 2025. See Amy on Reading Censorship, available at Article to 2, last accessed March 10, 2025, reporting that book banning efforts doubled in 2022 compared to 2021, according to the American Library Association data. As a matter of fact, conservative organizations, which are at the forefront of book withdrawals, are aiming for books that address issues related to LGBTQ rights and racial inequities. Among the banned books are The Bluest Eye, The Handmaid's Tale, and Milk and Honey by the extremely popular Young. The Self-Righteous. My Counter for Public Spirit and Cooperation, Frankfurt, Campus Publishing 2022 in particular. 131. Stuart Hall, Exploring Some Politically Incorrect Pathways of PC, in Greek, translation by Contemporary Issues, 161-61, April-December 2023. 141. Who sarcastically admits that he wouldn't expect the persons supporting political correctness to agree. Indeed, as I am writing, I can sense the thumb clamp come out of its socket, the guillotine sharpened, the dictionary of political correctness being flipped through, the tumbrils for transporting the mortals to the scaffold beginning to roll. P. 153. See, for example, Thomas, Political Correctness, A Sociocultural Black Hole, Studies in Social and Political Thought, 2021. 15. Political Correctness and Freedom of Expression, available at Opinion 1016799, a March 29, 2019, last accessed May 10, 2025. CNO Censorship on National Issues in Greece, in and Dictionary of Censorship in Greece. Stunted Democracy, Dictatorship, Transition to Democracy, Athens, Publications 2018. 221. See Blasphemy in Penelope and a Dictionary of Censorship in Greece. Stunted Democracy, Dictatorship, Transition to Democracy's Athens, 2018. 173. Political Correctness from the American Campuses to Our Small Country, available at Magtati Maz Cora, last access April 27, 2025. Stephen Fry Dialogue in Stephen Fry, Jordan Michael, Political Correctness Gone Mad. London Publications, 2018, p. 97. For more details, see Deborah, Verbal Hygiene, Linguistics Classics, 2012, p. 116. And Hughes, Political Correctness. A History of Semantics and Culture, Oxford, Publishing, 2010, p. 87. See also Christos, Do you call someone a bumpkin or a crippler? Two Greek linguists talk about political correctness, available at iPeritas, last accessed March 11, 2025. The involvement of language in political correctness is sometimes serious, but sometimes not. Thus, for example, in the 1970s, extreme groups of feminists in the U.S. tried to replace the item his story with her story, although it has nothing to do with the possessive adjectives his and her, but rather with Greek lexical item. See also Hughes, Political Correctness. A History of Semantics and Culture, Oxford, Publishing, 2010, p. 6 in the entry Herstory, in Com Display 101093 OI Authority 2011803095933417. Language Change, The Invisible Hand in Language, Translation into Greek by, in Ed. Crete University Press, 2023. p. 37. In the same volume, see the following examples highlighting the living nature of the constantly changing language. The newspaper, in its May 25, 1948 issue, announces that the Jews have accepted the proposal for an extension of the ceasefire deadline on the part of the Arabs in Palestine. Today, instead of Jews, the journalist would choose the ethnonym Israelis, and accordingly, instead of Arabs, Palestinians. Not even the language of fashion advertisements has remained unaffected by today's language either. For example, instead of the phrase, always of the latest train, popular in the 1950s, to mean fashionable, today another item is preferred, the latest word of fashion. Likewise, instead of mannequin, we prefer model. Instead of necktie, we use tie. And when we want to describe someone as well-dressed, we no longer use the word, but prefer other words such as elegant, stylish, etc. 28. As a matter of fact, the use of new terms for reasons of political correctness often raises new problems. C.I.J. Do you call someone a bumpkin or a crippler? Two Greek linguists talk about political correctness, available at iPeritas, last accessed March 11, 2025. Relation to replacing the term prostitute by sex worker. When one refers to a woman as a sex worker, one does it for two reasons. First, to provide healthcare rights by integrating them into the workforce, which is a positive thing. But there is also a risk of presenting this kind of work as a plausible option to an unemployed woman, which is not the case. This is a very controversial issue, to be thought over and over again. See The Publisher, Rescue, Die, 20 April 2023. See also I Am Against Cancel Culture, Interview in Woke. The Awakening Movement, Special Edition, 28 April 2024, p. 6870, who provides the following incident from a round-table debate in Missoula, Montana. We were talking about Native Americans, the so-called Indians, and one of them used the term Indian for himself. He was immediately attacked by a woke guy who said to him, "Why do you use this word for yourself? Don't you know that it is a racist, white, and oppressive term?" See Spontaneity on the Fire of Political Correctness, available at Styles IT's, accessed March 11, 2025. See more in Barbara, Political Correctness and the Law, the Journal for Legal Studies 12021, p. 147. 151. Hughes, Political Correctness. A History of Semantics and Culture, Oxford, Publishing, 2010, p. 133. See Barat a Wort. The Student, Not a Racist Word, Die, 20 April 2023. Tasso's Non-Sexist Language, Political Correctness or Justice. June 18, 2023. Solutions are many and varied. Use of neutral language, IG. Student audience instead of students plus male suffix, inclusive language use e.g. students plus female suffix and students plus male suffix, use of gender-sensitive language e.g. students plus male suffix, students plus female suffix and students plus neutral suffix. The German language offers other options for overcoming similar problems. Instead of the nouns male students or female students, the present participle those who are studying may be used, which is neutral in German. This seems to be expanding. Instead of the term pedestrian, for example, the neutral option, those who go on foot. See more in Why We Need Politically Correct Language, available at Cicero Kulturness. Lorraine die does. Interview Why Not Get Rid of die and does. Die October 26, 2023. As in the play The Doctor by Robert, directed by, at this winter 2023. See also the suffix et expresses a current problem that needs a solution. Interview with Tun, December 30, 2023. In Greek, the inclusive word doctor is masculine, regardless of gender. This is why the title was not translated, avoid gender marking. See Hughes, Political Correctness. A History of Semantics and Culture, Publishing 2010. 289. See also, Texts About Language and More, preface by Athens, Publications 2023. 8687, who suggests that in some respected professions and occupations, e.g. minister, member of parliament, rector, judge, mayor, doctor, engineer, Greek did not create a female version of the terms profession. Nouns are inflected for gender in Greek, because until recently women did not have access to these positions. See also Gregor was. Ease in what politicians don't say. Because Democracy is about majorities and not truths, Berlin, 2023. 18. Gregor was. Ease in what politicians don't say. Because Democracy is about majorities and not truths, Berlin, 2023. 134-135, who highlights, however, that language does not always reflect reality. As an example, he uses the cynical term collateral damage to describe the death of innocent civilians, the term climate change, which is neutral and does not illustrate the implied destruction of the environment, as well as the German terms literal meaning someone who gives out work, the employer, and someone who takes work, the employee, while in reality it is the other way round. An employee provides work to an employer. Stuart Hall, Exploring Some Politically Incorrect Pathways of Political Correctness, translated into Greek by Contemporary Issues, 161-61, April-December 2023, p. 141-144. He adds that adherents of political correctness should know that it is one thing to question the assumptions embedded in common use of language and another to control it. p. 151. See The Identity Trap. A Story of Ideas and Power in Our Time, London. Lane Penguin Books, 2023. 93-94. On Restricting Freedom of Expression in Conflict Situations, see Barron, You Can't Always Say What You Want. The Paradox of Free Speech, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 2023. 45. On Risks of Offending Individual Freedoms and Constitutional Values of Liberal Democracies that May Arise from Taking Measures Against Russia due to its invasion of Ukraine, see The Russian Invasion of Ukraine in Our Constitutional Ranks, E32022. 322. See also I Am Die Sieger. In war, even the victors lose. Only Peace Can Be Won, Hamburg, Berlin, 2. 2023. 9. Political correctness in the context of the Russian invasion of Ukraine has also affected art. See course, Correctness or Inalienable Right. November 20, 2023. The Scorpions modified their anthem, The Wind of Change, after the Russian invasion of Ukraine just last year. Singing Wind of Change, as we have always done, is not something I can imagine anymore, the singer of the band told the German newspaper Die. It's not right to romanticize Russia with lyrics like, I follow the Moskva down to Gorky Park, let your balalaika sing what my guitar wants to say. C.I.G. Press articles World 562668436 IT's ton, last access January 15, 2024. See also Rayner, under suspicion die, 11/12/2023. See Thomas Does Gift, The Poison of Fundamentals, died January 11, 2024, which also registers the reaction of the Berlin art scene. See also February 18, 2024. Last month, the University of the Arts in Essen announced that it was canceling the invitation of the internationally renowned American musician and performance artist as a visiting professor of the chair, because she had signed an open letter by artists and intellectuals in which it was claimed that Israel had established an apartheid regime against the Palestinians. See also Xenia, Campus, Battlefields and Campuses of America, April 21, 2024. In Germany, restrictions on freedom of expression go to extremes, victimizing from the president of Mira 25 party, who was banned from any activity and participation in a conference on Palestine in Berlin, to the journalist and writer Massa, who received the award, but in a degraded ceremony because she compared to the Jewish ghettos during Nazism. See also Oliver Die, EU. Germany is increasingly taking repressive action against Germans and EU citizens with unpopular opinions. A dangerous mistake, available at ELD 1826954, April 19, 2024, last access January 15, 2025. Caesar, The Danger of a New McCarthyism, available at IN 20240-422 editorial O, INGR, April 22, 2024, April 22, 2024. See also Freedom of Dialogue, Not Unaccountability of Expression, December 17, 2023. First American Jews sponsorships from the University of Pennsylvania, protesting against a conference on Palestinian literature organized by the university. Suspension of funding followed by foundation because student organizations blamed Israeli politics for the attack on Hamas. On the above, see David, Is Freedom of Expression Dangerous? Available at Liberal Think Tanks IT's Liberal. 1/2023, Aaron, As the Israeli-Palestinian Conflict Escalates, So Must Our Commitment to Free Speech, available at Org News. Israeli-Palestinian Conflict Escalates, So Must Our Speech. 17/2023, Kelvin, EU demands Meta and Tick detail efforts to curb disinformation from Israel, Hamas war, available at Com article Meta Europe Digital Services Act 81 C682 D25 Beat to Bead 62 333 BA 645649 E5 AP 19/2023. See also The Exception to Freedom of Expression. Supporting Palestinian rights causes a McCarthyite-style hostile backlash. Translation into Greek by Antigone. Contemporary Issues. Issue 161-61, April-December 2023. 43. A Silencing Reason in U.S. Universities. Ton, December 11, 2023. For more on the general matter, see also Freedom of Speech, Hate Speech and History Policies, The Book's Journal, Issue 149, January 2024. 14. Academic Freedom is Threatened, December 9, 2023, who continues. In 2021, the climatologist Dorian was forced to cancel a lecture at MIT because of an article he had written against the policy of positive discrimination of minority members. That same year, biologist Carol left after suggesting that she believed in only two genders, male and female, on a TV show. Graduate students accused the professor of transphobic attitude and hostility. Her colleagues stopped talking to her, the administration stopped supporting her, and her students began to harass her. A few months later, resigned. See also Xenia, The War of Discourse, available at Society 5627989870 Toy, December 27, 2023, last access May 3, 2025, and The Genocide of Discourse, available at Opinion 5627856555 iToy K, December 17, 2023, last accessed May 3, 2025. The right wing succeeded in short-circuiting the enemy with their own weapons. The representatives of the academic elite got what they deserved. Having used all their dogmatic tools for years to impose restrictions on tolerable speech, having propagated the prohibitions themselves, they found themselves in a very vulnerable position to the extent that their values became foldable. They bend the rules of expression depending on the offended. In the same direction, a multi-source censorship, January 4, 2024, notes on the resignation of the president of a tradition of censorship has recently been created in American universities. It is a bottom-up censorship and from the sides. It is not state-owned but private. There is the bottom-up censorship of political correctness by the woke movements, which in democratically apparent ways, shouting, sit-ins, etc. 3. Political correctness as a constitutional issue. 1. Political correctness and freedom of speech. The key features of freedom of expression. Freedom of expression is not just another fundamental right. Although individual rights cannot be hierarchically, and even if we do not accept that freedom of expression is a preferred freedom, as the case is in the United States of America, when we cannot overlook the importance of this right too, it is not only an integral part of human personality, but also the basis of free public discourse that, in turn, characterizes any democratic society. In other words, democracy cannot exist without freedom of expression. The fundamental right of freedom of expression, enshrined in Article 14 of the Greek Constitution and in Article 10 of the European Convention on Human Rights, has a number of key features. For someone to express themselves freely, they should sense freedom and not hesitate to express themselves fearing persecution or social disapproval. 3. This aura of freedom disappears when, for instance, in a 2019 survey in Germany, about 2/3 of respondents said that someone today should be very careful on what issues they tackle, especially when they are related to refugees and Islam. 4. Similarly, in the United States of America, 71% of citizens believe that political correctness has stopped discussions that should be taking place in society, and 58% of citizens have political views that they are afraid to share with others. 5. The most important restriction on freedom of expression in practice is the so-called chilling effect. When someone is afraid to express themselves and self-restrict their expression, having in mind other cases of prosecution. 6. This is a case of self-censorship, censorship without the censor. We impose it on ourselves, often subconsciously, because we are afraid of the consequences. 7. It is not visible to third parties, and that is why it is perhaps the most dangerous form of censorship. It thus turns out that censorship is not just what is forbidden, and repression gives way to the production of inherently self-censoring discourse. 8. Furthermore, freedom of expression protects all kinds of opinions, not only the traditional ones and the ones embraced by public opinion. Freedom of expression equally protects a heretic, an incorrect, a provocative, and an unconventional opinion. It even protects a view that contradicts an opinion shared by an overwhelming majority. 9. In terms, history teaches us to never rely on certainties and solid truths. A wrong opinion may engage individual truths and thus promote knowledge in general. Even a completely wrong view can revitalize and reinforce the hypothesis of truth. Freedom of expression is appropriate to a philosophy of social that seeks consensus, respects diversity, and promotes tolerance. Suppression of speech conceals rather than solves problems. It creates bitterness, hatred, and threatens social cohesion. 10. From this point of view, political correctness and freedom of expression are two incompatible concepts, two lines that never intersect. 11. The value of listening to the different, the wrong point of view was highlighted long ago by John Stuart Mill in his classic work on liberty, using many examples from the history of Christianity. He suggested, for example, that the Roman Catholic Church, the least tolerant of all churches, has institutionalized the contrary opinion in the beatification procedures. It defined the devil's advocate as someone who put forward all possible reasons against the beatification of the person in question. 12. In any case, Christianity was largely based on opposition to other religions and the pre-existing world, regardless of any loans from former civilizations. In addition, the Bible is based on the bipolarity between the Old and the New Testament, with the latter becoming meaningful through its connection and comparison to the former. 13. Freedom of expression equally protects both politically correct and politically incorrect or unorthodox opinions. It first and foremost protects the opinion which we disagree with. Believing that the freedom of expression protects only what we want to hear, read, and see constitutes an inexcusable misinterpretation of this very principle. 14. Yet, this does not mean that the freedom of opinion and other types of freedoms of intellectual expression, scientific and artistic freedom, are not subject to restrictions. Just as there is no such thing as unlimited freedom, 15. Freedom of expression may be limited too for protecting other legal interests. After all, words can gravely hurt, perhaps more than actions. The distinction between words and actions is not that clear either. There are actions that speak, that reflect an opinion, e.g., silent, and words that act. The use of words does not only invoke actions, it constitutes the action itself. We use words to claim, confirm, swear, threaten, slander, insult, deceive, conspire, encourage, praise, condemn, etc. Point 16. Excluding, by definition, the politically unorthodox opinion from constitutional and legal protection is a direct offense towards the individual right to freedom of expression. The politically incorrect opinion can only be confined to the extent that it infringes upon another legal interest, and under the conditions of the Constitution and the European Convention on Human Rights, mainly complying with the principle of proportionality. Not because it is politically incorrect, but because it incites actions of violence or hatred towards people and social groups on the basis of their physical, national, religious characteristics or sexual orientation, infringing other people's freedoms and exceeding the acceptable boundaries of exercising individual rights. To explain the difference between the two, I would refer to the case of the former Metropolitan Bishop of And, Greece. Was not sentenced by the Greek criminal court just because he expressed a negative opinion on homosexuality. Such a sentence would contradict freedom of expression. It is his own right to refuse to acknowledge that sexual orientation constitutes an expression of human nature, which, however, is not a disorder, does not define oneself, and is entirely acceptable in all modern liberal democracies. Refusing to acknowledge homosexual people as human beings and inciting acts of violence and humiliation against them, i.g., spit on them, does not constitute a right of his. These fine yet fundamental distinctions are shaped with great clarity in a recent decision by the European Court of Human Rights, which rejected appeal. It was pointed out that one has the right to critique social attitudes on the ground of moral and religious beliefs, yet one does not have the right to deny people's human nature due to their sexual orientation and incite acts of violence against them. 17. Freedom of expression and political correctness. Typical examples of the contrast between them. Under the circumstances, there indeed seems to be an issue with regard to freedom of expression and political correctness. In Germany, an editor was dismissed from a newspaper because her article shared some of the then ongoing protests against pandemic control measures. 18. In the United States of America, New York Times employees stood against fellow editors' colleagues with regard to what they considered to be outdated news reports about people. Luckily for them, the editors were defended by the newspaper's editorial board. 19. In Greece, supporters of the view that an embryo is a potential life rather than an object, and that action should be taken for reducing abortion rates through sexual education and support for young couples, are collectively treated as obscurantists by a large part of public opinion and the press. This applies even when they do not question the application and the correctness of the current regulation of Greek law, which strikes a truly successful and fair balance between the protection of the embryo and female self-determination. 20. In other cases, the discussion concerning the terminology to be either used or avoided in sensitive issues is so big that addressing the primary and essential issue takes a back seat. Such an example is the refugee immigration crisis. There is greater focus on whether the terms illegal or irregular migrants may be used. Italy's Court of Cassation even issued a relevant decision. 21, rather than on migrants themselves who lose their lives in their attempt to cross borders, or on the frequently unacceptable conditions of living in host countries. 22. Furthermore, do we think that adopting the term femicide for murders of females will improve our legal armory and deal with the current proliferation of female murders? Instead of focusing on treating the causes of the incidents and creating the necessary social and state-run institutions aiming at the protection of women who face domestic abuse. 23. In other words, it has not been made clear that vocabulary indeed influences one's thinking pattern. Yet changes in words are not enough to alter either reality or established and false mindsets of the population. 24. It would be wrong to believe in an alchemical transformation of the promises of language into new data in the context of the material world. 25. The problem is simply concealed. It's a kind of consolation, a mental bandage that not only fails to alter the mindset of the involved ones, but also relieves the ones who make use of it by clearing their conscience. 26. Yet there are two other important matters with regard to the relationship between freedom of expression and political correctness. It is often taught in constitutional law courses that there is one kind of freedom that facto cannot be restricted. That is freedom of thought, at least for as long as thought remains in forum and is not externalized in any way. Still, as correctly observed, thinking and its externalization do not form two separate and independent fields. When one is afraid to express themselves regarding an issue, they usually stop thinking about. Our thoughts are formed on the basis of what we hear and read. If we do not read and listen to more opinions, we will either cease thinking about them or, even worse, we will all start thinking in a similar manner. The latter would be negating democracy, given that democracy only exists where there is dispute. 28. That aside, political correctness targets specific words and phrases which should be avoided in any case. This is where the problem lies. Because words and phrases do not convey unalterable and univocal meaning. They acquire meaning from the context they are used in. Even in oral discourse, intonation can attribute a different meaning to a lexical item. Therefore, it has been correctly pointed out that the meaning of sentences is hidden in their context and especially in the force of utterances. Discourse may be subject to restrictions, but they cannot be general and abstract, presupposing the meaning of a sentence from the very beginning, before it even occupies a place and a meaning within a pragmatic context. In that sense, everything can be uttered, given that no sentence can be given a meaning. In 29, to conclude, political correctness can lead to automations in thought and expression. Some thoughts and the language that express them should be avoided by definition and independently of the context in which they occur. Of course, there are condemnable thoughts and language expressions. However, rejecting thoughts and phrases should be the result of conscious reflection rather than the result of a linguistic automation, which distinguishes allowed from disallowed thoughts irrespective of their context of expression. The private censorship of sensitivity readers. Finally, freedom of expression cannot exist without freedom of the press, both in print and digital form. Over the years, the most severe restriction of freedom has undoubtedly been preventive censorship. Older readers have witnessed, and the younger must have read about, white gaps in newspapers, as well as politically rough and illiberal eras. For this reason, the current Greek constitution not only determines that the press is free, but also adds that censorship and any other preventive measures are forbidden. Article 14, par. 2. Whoever thinks, however, that censorship does not exist is probably wrong. It does not originate, of course, from any state authority. This would be inconceivable in any democratic and liberal country. Yet because of political correctness, there has been another kind of atypical and private censorship, also concerned with artistic freedom, to be discussed further down. Great publishing houses have already been recruiting employees. As sensitivity readers 30, this new category of editors reads the soon-to-be published works and pays attention to whether they violate the rules of political correctness, with specific focus on whether they include language that could be considered offensive towards certain social groups. If the latter is detected, either the book is not published or, even worse, its author is impelled to readjust their content in order for it to be established as harmless. This example reminds us of the fact that in our era, the most important restrictions imposed on our constitutional rights do not come from the state, but rather from private authority. As Facebook founder Mark has suggested, in many ways, Facebook is more like a government than a traditional company. 31. Therefore, the old debate in constitutional law as to whether citizens can invoke their individual rights only against the state or also against private individuals, third-party effect of constitutional rights, should be considered obsolete and of historical value only. Fundamental rights either apply for everyone or do not apply at all. Thus, the current Constitution of Greece accurately suggests in Article 25 par. 1. That fundamental rights also apply to relations between individuals, whom they refer to. Nevertheless, preventive censorship practiced in prominent publishing houses, with sensitivity readers, seems to be innocuous when compared with the preventive and repressive censorship exercised by social media owners and managers. 32. This is because social media and the internet in general are part of the new public sphere. 33. The contemporary marketplace, where exclusion from social media equals exclusion from public life. This type of exclusion, also referred to as deplatforming, is a nightmare scenario for many of our fellow citizens. 30. For the case of Versus. North Carolina emphatically highlighted in 2017 in the Supreme Court of the USA that the freedom of expression includes everybody's right to access public spaces where they can speak and then listen and speak again in response to what they have heard. And if in the past there was difficulty in establishing the most important venues for this exchange of ideas, nowadays the situation seems more straightforward. The most important, albeit intangible field of discussion is the Internet, in particular social media. The vast democratic forums of the Internet, as the court suggests. The risks that arise for both fundamental rights and democracy itself, regarding the restriction of free expression on the Internet, cannot be negated by oversight boards, which determine what should pass the threshold of political correctness and what should not. We simply replaced public censorship by private one and privatized the power of restricting individual freedoms, especially freedom of speech. In the 1970s, one of the founding publishers of the Frankfurter, one of the largest and most reputable German newspapers, remarked when referring to the mass media of Germany that the freedom of the press is the freedom of the 200 rich people who spread their views. 5 decades have elapsed since then, and one might wonder whether the former suggestion still applies. Or perhaps whether the real change lies in that the 200 individuals who now control social media are becoming far fewer. The freedom of thought and speech are not only threatened in non-liberal regimes. They also are in liberal democracies. Perhaps because in liberal democracies, citizens' opinion shapes the intent of the state apparatus, which in turn influences the interests of economic, political, and social forces. Thus, the temptation of controlling thought and expression continues to occur in contemporary liberal democracies, despite the risk, especially in the form of attempts at imposing a homogeneous way of thinking that does not tolerate opposing views, no longer originates from state or private centers of power. 36 It is, nevertheless, alarming that in the contemporary liberal democracies of Europe and America, not in some kind of a dictatorship, the individual right of expression is characterized as a medium of the powerful, or of those who simply wish to suppress the rights of minorities. 37. 2. Political correctness and scientific academic freedom. The forbidden ghost word. A way of dealing with legal issues, perhaps not the most usual one, but perhaps the most fascinating, is through literature and art. Regarding political correctness in scientific academic fields, one may refer to Philip's work The Human Stain. 38 narrating the adventure of Silk, a gifted professor of classical literature at the university located in Athens, Georgia, USA. Silk was an outstanding professor who, however, committed a grave error of political correctness, albeit unintentionally. In one of his classes, numbering 14 students in total, Silk was taking attendance in order to memorize all of their names. There were 2 students who, after 5 weeks, kept being absent, so Silk began the lecture by asking, "Has anyone ever heard of those 2? Are they real or spooks?" Unfortunately for Silk, the item spooks had historically been used as a racial slur against black people, and both absent students were of African American origin. Silk was accused of racism, his name was smeared, and the university launched formal proceedings against him. But what if Silk did not know that the 2 students were Afro-Americans? What if the item spooks coming out of Silk's mouth was just one of the million words he had uttered during lectures? The only thing that mattered was that he violated, although unintentionally, rules of political correctness. Basic features of scientific academic freedom. What has been developed on freedom of expression is equally applicable to scientific freedom. Any activity which by its content and form constitutes a systematic effort for discovering truth could be characterized as science. No restriction of freedom is permissible if someone expresses a scientific position of a pioneering, unconventional, unorthodox, or incorrect nature, provided that no other legal interests are offended. Science itself develops from scientific mistakes and imperfections, and above all, from the effort to refute them. Hence, limiting constitutional protection purely to correct or valuable scientific views runs contrary to the very nature of science. In this sense, freedom and political correctness are indeed 2 incompatible notions. 39, as previously suggested, regarding the relationship between freedom of expression and political correctness. From the point of view of constitutional law, scientific freedom enjoys even greater protection than the freedom of expression, as it is classified under the so-called unconditional constitutional rights, that is, those not accompanied by a reservation in of the law Article 16, par. 1 of the current Greek constitution. Academic freedom is a distinctive manifestation of scientific freedom, which ensures the freedom of dialogue in universities, not solely on behalf of professors but also of students. Scientific academic freedom and political correctness. Typical examples of contrast between the USA and Europe. Political correctness and the intolerance of dissent are now reaching universities, as an example from Germany demonstrates. The University of Berlin organized the Long Night of Sciences in the summer of 2022. Among other participants, a D biology candidate wanted to make a presentation on the biological concept of gender 40 after having heated reactions and announcements about demonstration against it. The university administration postponed the presentation. On the grounds of security reasons due to the risk of riots, 41 the issue, however, does not concern the new researchers' ideas. One might naturally agree or disagree with these. The issue is how one reacts to contradicting opinions. Can they react through public dialogue or by prohibiting their expression? In a democratic society, the answer should clearly be in of public dialogue. Even the most extreme opinions cannot be prohibited in democracy, with the sole exception of those who, directly or indirectly, commit any form of violence or offend human dignity. The example is not only indicative of the effect political correctness may have on academic freedom 42, but is also particularly alarming, because the postponement of this politically unorthodox speech was justified on the grounds of public security and avoiding disturbances. It is extremely problematic for the freedom of speech when somebody bans unconventional opinion for fear of possible tumults by any social group. It suffices for the oldest of us to remember the 1988 riots in Greece, when indignant citizens demanded a ban of Martin's film, The Last Temptation of Christ. 43 Public Order 44 is, certainly, an indispensable good for any social coexistence. It is just that, in a legal system governed by the rule of law, the state should protect those who exercise the freedom of expression, not those who seek to suppress dissenting opinions. As the U.S. Supreme Court of Justice emphatically has remarked already since 1963, constitutional rights may not be simply because of hostility to their assertion or exercise. 45 Yet, eminent scientists suggest that the risk of causing unrest and public order can be an acceptable reason for limiting freedom of expression. Thus, endorsed non-republication of cartoon sketches of Mohammed in a Danish newspaper in 2005 by the British and the American press on the following grounds. This republication would probably mean, and still does mean, that people would be killed and that properties would get destroyed. Reviving tension with a new republication would, in reality, only serve the interest of those responsible for it and would encourage their violence. Regarding the relationship between freedom of expression and the risk of unrest caused by opponents, one of the two must be the case. Either I have the right to say something, and in that case the legal force is obliged to protect me from those seeking to deprive me of my individual rights, or I don't have the right to say something and therefore will not be protected constitutionally, regardless of whether or not there is a threat of riots. 47 If we do not adopt this view, but instead obey to the law of force, allowing violent reactions that will delimit individual rights, we will effectively vindicate the Spanish dictator of interwar Primo, who declared that, from the dialectic of words, I prefer the one of fists and pistols. 48. In any case, the majority of views on the problematic relationship between academic freedom and political correctness comes from American universities. 950. A professor who is, by no means, a racist, loses his job for being caught to read out a novella in class without omitting a potentially offensive phrase towards a student. Even one of the most prestigious universities has published a list of banned. USA universities are governed by the DEI doctrine, which may be creating an allusion to God, but it arises from the initials of the values diversity, equity, inclusion. Even though they are obvious rules of academic life, in practice they end up functioning as fossilized doctrines of an official religion, to excuse of events and lectures given by heretics. 52, although it is argued that incidents of political correctness in American universities are, and generalized for political reasons. 53, there are a lot of extreme cases recorded in articles. The employees of the dining hall of were frowned upon by the dean when they decided to a 1950s themed party. it was assumed it would be politically unorthodox to feel nostalgic over a period where racial segregation was present. In another case, students' reaction prevented the simulation of a trial from occurring in the law school of the New York University because it involved the custody rights of a divorced lesbian mother. Similarly, a criminal law professor at the law school was criticized by a women's organization for lacking sensitivity, just because he was discussing the rationale of laws that foresee an investigation into the specifics of past cases of rape victims. Already as early as 1987, the University of California fired the publisher of the university paper because he allowed the printing of a cartoon that satirized affirmative actions of social groups. During a university conference on gender, race, and ethnicity, a speaker criticized West Side Story because its creator was a white man who had no right to represent the experiences of Americans. When another attendee remarked that West Side Story is just an adaptation of Romeo and Juliet, written by a man who was neither white nor a citizen of Verona, the previous speaker criticized Shakespeare as racist 54-2. Furthermore, establishing and enacting speech regulations in American universities 55 aiming to impose regulations of politically correct is also problematic. They have troubled American jurisprudence, as courts have frequently judged the regulations unconstitutional on the grounds that they oppose freedom of speech. Specifically, they assume that these regulations do more harm than good in terms of diversity, and they excessively restrict free exchange of views, which is vital for Academia 56. These restrictive tendencies may not tally with the perception of freedom of speech as a preferred freedom, but they perfectly align with rankings, such as the 2020 ranking by the Reporters Without Borders on freedom of speech globally, where the United States occupied merely the 45th position out of 180 countries. 57 numbers and rankings may not always reveal the truth, possessing only limited value, but it is worth noting that, in one of those rankings on academic freedom in universities, Princeton University occupies the 187th position out of 248 universities. Columbia occupied the 214th position, while occupies the very last place 58. It would be wrong to assume that these issues are encountered only in American universities. British universities 59 issue sensitive content warnings because during classical English literature classes, classic works such as, for example, Shakespeare's Hamlet, Jonathan Swift's Travels, Jane's Persuasion, and Charles Dickens' Great Expectations, can create feelings of sadness and anxiety. 60. Furthermore, in Sorbonne, there was an uproar because the university decided to stage Aeschylus' play The Suppliants, with actors wearing white and black masks. The production and actors of the performance were accused of reproducing racist ideologies. The director and the university in vain tried to convince protesters that the theater is a place of transformation and not a refuge of identities, and that they simply wanted to stage a theatrical performance as it was done in ancient times. 61. The Greek experience. Broadly speaking, political correctness hinders academic discussion and the role of universities. 62. Some issues may be difficult, but they have to be discussed. The rules of political correctness either prohibit discussion of issues, such as abortion, immigration, or crimes against sexual freedom, or they conduct it in terms that do not ensure a free exchange of views without second thoughts, in fear of reactions, misunderstandings, and misinterpretations. This all encourages self-censorship, especially among young scientists, which is most dangerous for academic freedom, as it can result in stagnation of research activity and abandonment of the search for truth, especially in areas where there is an urgent need for new approaches. 63. This is happening at a time when the university and relevant spaces are nowadays the par excellence spaces for seeking truth. Only there can research acquire such a universal character and be conducted with absolute rigor and completeness. 64. A few years ago, during exams in a constitutional law course, I asked a group of students whether our Constitution could be revised to account for the death penalty for the most heinous crimes, such as drug trafficking or rape. The answer I expected was that abolishing death penalty is of European legal culture, and that because the death penalty offends human value, the constitutional revision for its reintroduction is not allowed. I was surprised, however, when after the examination one of the students told me, in a genuinely polite manner, that it was not appropriate for me to ask a question about rape in a group of test takers that included women. 65. A few years later, we discussed the issue of abortion in a course about constitutional rights. I mentioned that the absolute ban on abortion enforced in some countries not only has been incapable to solve the problem, but also completely overlooked the position of the women who have to make the very important decision of bearing children or not. After class, a student commented in a perfectly polite way that it was not right for me to refer to women's decision to bear children, because men can now bear children too. I should have referred to the decision of a person, man or woman, for childbearing. The case of dictionary in the late 1990s could be as a case violating rules of political correctness concerning scientific freedom, which reached the courtroom. The dictionary entry Bulgarian also registered the use of the item in Greek football pitches to derogatorily refer to certain northern Greek football fans. Although the entry use description was accompanied by an explicit explanation that the term conveyed abusive and insulting meaning, applications for injunctions were brought before the courts, and the Court of First Instance issued a decision prohibiting the circulation of the book 66. The court even recommended guidelines for writing dictionaries, suggesting that a dictionary should not only register reality, but also educate. 67. The decision was ultimately annulled by the Greek Supreme Court. 68. But once again, the incident showed how fragile scientific freedom is against rules of political correctness and prohibition of terms, especially in national matters. 69. Even when the author explicitly suggests that they do not adopt the use. Male or female gender. A teacher-student dilemma. Academic life may be hampered by use of titles and gender-based address forms. Greek and other non-English languages marks nouns, adjectives, pronouns for grammatical gender. Should masculine or feminine gender prevail, or both? 70. Should the neutral gender also be added to 71 titles and address forms, as it was recently proposed in Greece? In Germany, regulations on these issues provoked discussions and reactions. Thus, the Senate of the University of Leipzig, on the footsteps of other German universities, decided that only the female gender be used in its regulation for all actors of the academic community, e.g. students, professors, doctorates, rector, etc. The rector, of the University of Leipzig replied to the reactions to the exclusive use of the female gender, that it is in the tradition of the university to go beyond the limits and solve problems in a groundbreaking way, and that until equality between men and women in science is restored, there is still a long way to go that justifies this practice. 72. However, the issues that arise do not only concern the teaching staff of universities. They equally concern students. Thus, the University of Applied Science and Art in Hildesheim has issued guidelines for examinations and assignments and a fair language use towards the sexes. According to these guidelines, students should either use neutral forms or they should use the asterisk after the male suffix and add the female suffix as well. 73. In fact, at the University of Kassel in the winter semester of 2018-2019, grades were deducted from a student because he had used male gender in one of his writings. Eventually, the student was vindicated, and the grade was restored, as there were no relevant rules of the examination regulation that were violated. This incident reveals practical aspects of the issue. 74. Case law of courts in Germany has been preoccupied with linguistic issues regarding description of academic titles. Thus, a woman who holds a doctorate in veterinary medicine appealed in court, requesting the replacement of the title doctor with the female form. Her appeal was rejected by the Administrative Court of First Instance of Hanover in 2000, on the grounds that this term does not exist in Latin, where the female of the doctor is. The assumption was that language preexists and does not belong to the absolute disposition of state power, which cannot create artificial words. 75. Be fair, these issues are indeed difficult and do not only concern the university but all institutions. Thus, in Greece, a book of the Ministry of Internal Affairs was published in 2018 by the National Printing House for drafting of administrative documents in a non-sexist manner. 76. The book also includes a circular of the Greek Ministry of the Interior with specific regulations. 77. Could a similar issue arise in the future regarding the drafting of judicial decisions? The issue, which could also be the topic of a separate study, is highly interesting, especially because it is linked to judges' functional independence, Articles 87 of the Greek Constitution. However, even at the level of wording in the Constitution, 78 similar questions could be raised, as suggested in Article 4, par. 1 of the Constitution, all Greeks are equal before the law. Wouldn't it be better for the law to read, for example, Greek women and Greek men are equal before the law, or are we overloading texts and complicating communication, especially in long sentences? 79, when we Greeks signal both feminine and masculine grammatical articles, along with both the masculine and feminine suffixes. Would anything meaningful be obtained in terms of gender equality, especially when the next paragraph of the same article of the Constitution, Article 4, par. 2, suggests that Greek men and women have equal rights and duties? In the next paragraphs of the same article regarding acquisition of Greek citizenship, equal access to public procedures, proportional contribution of citizens to public burdens, and prohibition of nobility titles, the Constitution continues to refer only to Greeks and not to Greek women. One could wonder, isn't it clear that by the term Greeks plus masculine suffix, the Constitution simultaneously refers to Greek women as well? Right. One might agree. However, does the same apply for par. 6 of Article 4, namely, that any Greek plus masculine suffix who can bear arms is obliged to contribute to the defense of the homeland, according to law. This is an instance of use, which does not assume inclusion of both the male and female gender in the same form. Related instances exceed national borders and extend to the level of the European Union. Thus, in October 2021, a 30-page guide was released by the Commissioner for Equality, Helena, suggesting that Commission officials should not address an audience as ladies but use gender-neutral expressions such as dear colleagues. In any case, the next recommendation of this very document attracted most of the reactions, namely, that the term Christmas should be avoided. In the item Holidays for not offending non-Christians, a commentary on this document suggested that the Commission invites people to cover up the meaning of Christian holidays, on the basis of which countries have organized their winter holiday break. If we don't celebrate Christmas, what can we celebrate? Consumerism, namely excessive consumption during the winter break, in traveling, eating, and drinking. We need a pluralistic political environment, which traditions and respects particularities. 8182 similar issues have arisen on the other side of the Atlantic. 83, when in the 1980s the term Christmas trees was replaced with the term holiday trees in certain states of the USA. 84. 3. Political correctness and artistic freedom. Artistic freedom and political correctness. Typical examples of the contrast between them. Artistic freedom is the right to intellectual expression, which has suffered the most from political correctness. 85 examples are numerous, and in some cases they tend to be comical. Dahl's best-known fairy tales, Matilda, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, Jimmy and the Giant Peach. 86 have been rewritten, along with Fleming's James Bond books, for removing or replacing words or phrases which could be considered offensive to certain groups of the population, based on today's standards. A few years ago, in 2020, HBO Max temporarily removed Gone with the Wind, arguing that it reproduced racist stereotypes. 87 The fact that the film was released in 1939 didn't seem to bother them much. 6 seconds were also removed from a film dialogue between detectives of a police department, played by Gene Hackman and Roy, in the 1971 film The French Connection, Greek title. The Man from France, because the content of the conversation was racist. 88 Even The Lord of the Rings has been accused of racism, for how orcs are presented in contrast to humans and elves, on the one hand the dark-skinned bad guys, and on the other the white good guys. 89 In the music industry, news reports state that the Rolling Stones removed Brown Sugar from their concert repertoire, because it tells the story of a slave ship arriving in America and an English slave trader praising the beauty of a young black woman. 90 Similarly, the studio version of Smith's 91, Rock and Roll Nigger song was removed from platform libraries, such as. Furthermore, in Florida, USA, a teacher was fired for showing her students Michelangelo's masterpiece, the marble Renaissance sculpture depicting the nude biblical King David, ready to confront Goliath. 92 Speaking of Bible, it did not escape political correctness either. Specifically in Davis, Utah, USA, it was decided to remove the Bible from school libraries because it used vulgar references and violence. 93 Recently, there has been a strong reaction in Spain because a poster for the Holy Week events that took place in Seville depicted Christ without clothing from the waist up. After all, he is depicted half-nude in many other paintings that hold a prominent position in the history of art. 94 Classic authors, such as Shakespeare, couldn't escape political correctness either, as he has been criticized because, in A Midsummer Night's Dream, Lysander says, "Who will not change a raven for a dove?" which was linked as associating whiteness with beauty and blackness with ugliness 95. The examples are numerous that they could fill many more pages. 96. Therefore, let us focus on one of the most well-known and beloved victims of political correctness, where sensitivity readers seem to have been particularly active, Christie. As reported in the news, Teehee modifications to the books published between 1920 and 1976, the year of Christie's death, involved changes to the narrator's internal monologues. For example, in Christie's first novel, The Mysterious Affair at Styles describes another character as a Jew, of course, a reference that has been removed in the new edition. In the same book, a woman originally described as a gypsy is now referred to as a young woman, and all references to Roma have been removed from the text. In the revised edition of the short story collection Miss Final Cases and Two Other Stories, the item native has been changed to local. In a passage where a servant was originally described as a smiling black man, the character is now simply noted as nodding, with no specific reference to his race. In the new edition of the 1964 novel A Caribbean Mystery, Miss thought that a smiling hotel clerk from Western India has such beautiful white teeth has been. However, political correctness is not limited to literature, and its stance can affect all forms of art. Phoebus addressed the topic with humor in one of his musical performances. In performing the politically correct adaptation of A Single Swallow, verse by Odysseus set to music by, the phrase, "My God, Master Builder," has been replaced by a higher power in which some believe and some do not. 98. Political correctness seems to be particularly active in school libraries, obviously taking advantage of everybody's legitimate concern for children. Indicatively, in the USA, there were 2532 instances of book bans, from July 2021 to June 2022, involving 1,648 book titles, 1,261 different authors, 290 illustrators, and 18 translators. Out of the banned books, 674 titles, 41%, address LGBTQ+ topics, 659 book titles, 40%, concern issues of color, 338 banned titles, 21%, deal with racist and ethnic matters, while 357 banned titles, 22%, included sexual content of various kinds, e.g. novels with descriptions of teenage sexual experiences, stories about teenage pregnancy, sexual assault, abortion, etc. 99. Artistic freedom is also a right of expression, which, more than any other, has fallen victim to private censorship. As mentioned above, sensitivity readers have been employed by major publishing houses in order to investigate books for any unorthodox passages that might offend social groups or provoke public backlash. Regarding the broader pursuit and erasure of evil from literature 100, it might be worth reflecting on how many forms evil can take in literature. Forms such as philosophical evil in poetic evil, touching upon metaphysical, natural, and moral forces, theatrical evil, with the condemnation of comedy, metaphysical evil in Eastern European writers, racism in, betrayal in, genet, perversion in, Satanism, fixation on diseases such as syphilis, drug addiction, alcoholism. 101. In any case, preventive action has now reached dancing. At dance performances in Germany, there are persons who monitor whether there is violation of permissible limits of physical contact by the dancers. 102. Why artistic creation does not fit into the rules of political correctness. There are, however, two further points which make the relationship between political correctness and artistic freedom extremely problematic. One point has to do with the unique nature of artistic creation, often overlooked by those who try to impose rules of political correctness on art. Artistic discourse cannot be equated with straightforward, direct, non-artistic human discourse. It is different, and this is what gives art its unique value. Artistic creation usually operates on a metaphorical and allegorical level, even if it deals with historical themes. Therefore, just as can be played by a white actor 103, so can Cleopatra be played by a black actor. In the Netflix miniseries 104, as long as it is motivated, of course, by the free will of artistic creator, and not by a forced quota for the participation of all social groups. After all, the artist's perspective does not always coincide with readers', viewers', or listeners' perception of the work of art. Nor do we all agree with each other on the reading of an artistic work. Get a dozen people to look at a painting, even if the painting depicts a seemingly neutral subject, e.g. still life. A dozen viewers may receive a dozen different messages, associate the painting with a dozen interpretations and a dozen experiences and feelings. A multifaceted character is one of the key features of art. Imagine if all this were to be put into the mold of political correctness. Can this be done without compromising the very nature and value of artistic freedom? Beyond that, there is something even more obvious. There are entire artistic genres which live and thrive from exaggeration, apparent insult, mockery of certain figures, and broadly from violating rules of political correctness. Could there be caricature, satire, or comedy in conditions of political correctness? 105. Could a politically correct caricature be so well thought out that it does not offend any social group? Could it ever be consistent with the requirement that a caricature should evoke immediate public response, a smile or a laugh? 106. The transgression of boundaries is a general feature of art. As has been pointed out, e.g. about literature, authentic literature is Promethean. A true writer dares to come into conflict with fundamental laws of society, dares to desire and seek the impossible with rabid persistence. Just as the author's desire is placed above barriers and self-evident prohibitions, so his work refuses to confine the world within a narrow framework where everything is given and fixed, in advance. 107. Political correctness or purity. When the past is erased. The second and perhaps most problematic point, which has hit art harder than other forms of intellectual expression, is the new editions of books without the offensive items of the original editions. Phrases or words that were formulated in a different historical context and are now considered offensive to sections of population disappear. The imperative of political correctness extends beyond the realm of books and becomes a command for purifying and sterilizing social environments from cultural elements that might offend a group. In Germany, a request was made in 2022 for erasing the Christian inscriptions on the Berlin Palace Dome, on the grounds that it is a secular building, in which religious symbols have no place. 108. The practice is highly dangerous. Evidently, every reader and viewer has the right to read an older book or watch an older film through the lens of the present, and not necessarily through the eyes of its creator. Otherwise, we're talking about fossilized readings, i.e. dead readings. 109. Isn't this art, after all? A creator communicating with a reader-viewer, and the latter having the right to judge, criticize, even condemn the artist's work. Erasing objectionable words and scenes also erases a part of human history, as if it consisted only of positive and not negative moments. 110. The present thus becomes an ultimate judge of past centuries. 111. As if the world were or could become a better place if good and just were exclusively communicated. 112. Younger generations are thus banned from learning that there were very bad pages in the history of humanity, and there still are today. But not to the same extent, where people were subjected to brutal treatment, oppression, and discrimination because of skin color, gender, physical characteristics, or sexual orientation. 113. The educational community is banned from discussing the various stages in the evolution of human civilization, and from reflecting, even through negative examples, on fundamental principles of law and social coexistence, such as equality and respect for human dignity. 114. Reading a work independently of its historical and political context. 115. And presenting an idyllic image of human history is dangerous and historically ignorant. 116. Interfering with artistic creation, after all, is an attempt at changing history, a form of historical revisionism. In conclusion, the greatness or beauty of a work does not lie in its morphological complexity or in its ingenuity, but in its conformity to the moral dogma of our time. 117. The view can be illuminated by a recent example. Author with parents from Germany and Iran, married to a Brazilian, author of a successful series of short stories entitled Lola, was heavily criticized for using the word Negro in the first book of this series. Of course, the word in itself is offensive and should be avoided in communication between people. But is the same also true in the context of a short story, where Lola, the protagonist, is raised in Hamburg by a German mother and Brazilian father, and a racist writes on the wall of their house, "Negroes belong in the jungle." It is obvious that this is a phrase written with anti-racist intent and meaning, but was to be read as racist. The book was first published in 2004, but due to reactions and with the help of sensitivity readers, It was rewritten in 2023 with those passages that could cause reaction deleted, although the story conveys a clear anti-racist message. 118. Somewhat better than censorship is the labeling of books and films with warnings, which sometimes seem to underestimate the reader's or viewer's critical thinking skills. The case of Disney's movies is typical. As it was preparing to launch a streaming service in 2019, it went through a grueling examination of its film library to add the following warning to many of them: the work contains negative depictions or mistreatment of people or cultures. These stereotypes were incorrect then and remain incorrect today. The warning was placed in episodes of the 1970s show and in a 1941 version of the film Dumbo the Elephant. 119. One word, many meanings. The polysemy of language through Palama's poetry. As mentioned, language is an alive and dynamic tool, which is constantly changing and adapting to social evolution. A word whose use in the past was self-evident and manifested an instance of cultural evolution, today may convey a negative load which is to be avoided. This does not mean that it should be deleted from all the artistic works in which it appears. Let me put it very simply with an example. The item gypsy is nowadays considered offensive and is avoided. There are no gypsies but Roma 120, and where they have not been integrated into society, this is mainly a fault of the rest of the population and of state institutions that have not created the conditions for their integration into society. This does not mean, of course, that Palama's poem The of the should not circulate or be available in school libraries, or we would not listen to the song A Gypsy Woman Nursed Him by composer Manos, sung by folk and singer, or the song Gypsy Day by Greek singer-songwriter 121. The great problem of political correctness lies in a generalized deletion of words or phrases, without taking into account the context in which they are used and the pragmatic background assumptions they convey, which assign them a different meaning. The view applies even more so to works of art, which often operate on a metaphorical and allegorical level, transforming reality and being open to more, often contradictory, aesthetic interpretations. Again, Palama's central figure of the Greek literary generation of the 1880s and one of the co-founders of the so-called New Athenian school fuels the issue. Gypsy today has negative and offensive connotations and has rightly been replaced in formal discourse by the term Roma. However, gypsy is what Palamas used at the time when he wrote his probably most important poem. Palamas himself describes it as his complete set of ideas 122 and identifies himself with the protagonist of the poem, describing his associations in the prologue as follows. From the gypsy woman I passed to the gypsy man, the wind instrument played in the center of Eurasia, the hammer, the blower, the mule, the fiddle, the tent, the fates, the spells, the wild, the anarchic, the unruly, always in the open air, always under the sky, gypsy life, enchanting and enchanted, unfolded before me. My focusing on the gypsy means that I am a gypsy too. My soul is a gypsy 123 gives a further interpretation of the choice of the term. The poet selecting the term gypsy is not accidental because gypsy does not only denote an ethnic minority in manual blacksmiths and machinists, i.e. the most industrial workers, are called gypsies 124. The important thing is that a gypsy, no matter their potential defects, is anything but a negative protagonist. In words, a gypsy is a Greek above all and enjoys the most freedom. He does whatever he decides for himself, according to his own faith and judgment, without obeying any other authority, without following the various everyday herds of people in everyday life. The gypsy is a Greek because he is an aristocrat. He knows that the ones with the most freedom are the few, the misunderstood, but also the only ones who stand close to truth and beauty. He is most courageous with the courage of thinking, and he believes that worth in life is to be found only in the perspective of the same lexical item then seems to activate so many different associations and meanings, depending on the historical, social, and artistic context, offering counter-arguments on political correctness on the part of Palama's The of the Gypsy, the 12 Lays of the Gypsy. Fairy tales in the age of political correctness. Perhaps a most exciting way of noticing the hyperboles and dangers of political correctness is its application, real or imaginative, on 1261 reason is because they address children, thus simplifying reality. Another is because they reproduce stereotypes and social conventionalities of previous decades and centuries. James Finn Garner published a book in the United States of America in 1994, entitled Politically Correct Bedtime Stories. The book, which has been translated and published in Greek 127 as well, rewrites classical tales with contemporary politically correct terminology. The story of the Little Red Riding Hood begins as follows. Once upon a time, there was a young person named Little Red Riding Hood with her mother on the edge of a large wood. One day her mother asked her to take a basket of fresh fruit and mineral water to her grandmother's house, not because it was a woman's duty to do so, but because the deed was generous and helped develop a sense of community solidarity. On the way to Grandma's house, Little Red Riding Hood met a wolf who told her, "You know, my dear, it isn't safe for a little girl to walk through these woods alone." Little Red Riding Hood replied, "I find your sexist remark highly offensive, but I will ignore it because of your traditional status as part of lumpen proletariat." Neither could Cinderella escape James Finn Garner's ridiculing disposition. The fairy tale starts with the prince's invitation, who invited them to a masquerade ball to his exploitation of the dispossessed and marginalized peasantry. Cinderella's stepsisters were very excited to be invited to the palace. They began to plan the expensive clothes they would put on, to alter their appearance and suppress their natural body shape in them in order to emulate an unrealistic standard of feminine beauty. 129 Snow White could not escape either. The scene with the apple is described as follows in the new version. Snow White thought for a moment. She had made it a personal matter of principle never to buy food from, in protest against accumulation of agricultural products. But her heart told her to economically help marginalized women, so she decided to buy the apple. Snow White didn't know that this was, in fact, the queen in disguise, and that the apple had been chemically and genetically mutated so that whoever bit it, they would sleep forever. The queen begins to cry, and the following dialogue occurs. "You're so young and beautiful," sobbed the disguised queen, "and I'm horrible to look at and getting worse. You shouldn't say that. After all, beauty comes from inside a person. I've been telling myself this for years," said the queen, "and I still cannot believe it." "How do you stay in such perfect shape?" "Well, first of all, I meditate and exercise by following an intense aerobic for 3 hours every day and eat only half portions of anything placed in front of me. 130. Is it perhaps time for us to change titles in fairy tales? Instead of Beauty and the Beast, how about beautiful female on the outside and beautiful male on the inside? In place of Tommy Thumb, we could use titles such as The Boy Who Fit Everywhere, Little Chickpea Mr. Fits Anywhere Mr. Smart Tommy Thumb. Ali Baba and the 40 Thieves could turn into Ali Baba and the 40 Who Thought Everything Belongs to Everyone, and the 40 Managers of Other People's Property, and the 40 Constant Borrowers. Perhaps the Ugly Duckling could now carry the title The Special Duckling, the Unique Duckling. 131. And finally, should we replace the apple in the Snow White fairy tale, since it alludes to the original sin and Eve's apple for Adam in the Bible? Perhaps we have not realized that exaggerating leads to new stereotypes at the other extreme, and that fairy tales are also meaningful at a deeper symbolic level, apart from the social one. Beauty, for example, alludes to something good and kind, internal beauty. The king and the queen represent, in a young child's eyes, the parent's willpower. If they get abolished for being anti-democratic, all meaning is lost. 132. On the other hand, evil also has a place in fairy tales, because if we don't include evil in fairy tales, at least to a certain degree, then what can we possibly contrast the good with? 133. Funny examples. Unfortunately, reality is constantly overtaking us. According to press reports, Disney planned to publish a new version of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs by the Grimm brothers. However, the 7 dwarfs will not be dwarfs anymore. Instead, 3 of them will be people of, and a woman. 134. As mentioned, any adaptation of a fairy tale is allowed for the sake of artistic creation. Art is not a photocopy of an original work. But is it fair that dwarfs are disappearing from the real world and fairy tales, as if they don't exist, in the name of political correctness? Especially these so cute and endearing fairy tale dwarves. Should we perhaps also ban other children's fairy tales, like The Little Red Riding Hood, which reproduces a figure that is both sexist in its depiction of female weakness and speciestic in its negative portrayal of the wolf? Or The 3 Little Pigs, because they praise an animal which is impure in Islam. 135. If we cannot realize the difference between Snow White and the 7 dwarfs, on the one hand and the unacceptable presence of dwarfs in circus performances on the other, which is indeed an insult to human dignity and not a matter of political correctness, then we probably have a serious problem as a society. Let's hope at least that Disney will not also rename Lion King to Lion President. To conclude, the point is not to rewrite some well-known fairy tales to the extent that are no longer recognizable. The point is to engage in conversation with children, for them to understand the symbolism behind fairy tales, the different beliefs of the past, and the progress that human civilization has achieved. Meanwhile, 136. Political correctness has no political orientation. We can conclude from the above that the schematic and Manichaean dichotomy, conservative opponents of political correctness versus progressive liberal supporters, is highly oversimplified and does not always correspond to reality. Even in U.S. universities, where political correctness has been associated by many with an attempt to censor conservative views, there are also examples in the opposite direction, that of obstructing left progressive positions. Typical is the reaction to the critical legal studies movement, which very schematically could be said to represent a leftist conception of legal studies in American universities. Richard described the movement as an and troublesome foreign matter in the body of law schools, while argued that the nihilists of critical legal studies have a moral duty to leave the university. In fact, even at law school, which is considered the center of the movement, there have been repeated attempts to prevent its supporters from being hired as faculty 137. From this point of view, political correctness does not have a political orientation. In the broader sense of the term 138, even the Manichaean logic on which political correctness is based does not derive from a particular political sphere. 139 conservative right-wing and progressive left-wing political correctness are two currents that, although they start from completely different ideological starting points, they end up at the same point. Censorship and the restriction of freedom of expression. 140 lack of tolerance towards opposing views is not a privilege of either some leftist progressives or some right conservatives. 141 examples, such as Michelangelo's David or Zigzag through bitter orange trees, which has been requested to be withdrawn from school libraries. 142 following court decision. Similarly, for pornographic material, 143 suggests that political correctness may well take the form of puritanism and hypocritical prudery. 144 several decades may have passed since 1957, when a painting by with a sailor next to a naked man provoked strong reaction on the part of the Navy leadership, leading to withdrawal of the work from the exhibition, but similar incidents have been repeated. Later, 145 in the 1982 school textbook Modern Greek Readings for the last year of secondary education, Constantine's Ithaca poem was censored, and the lines, "sensual perfumes of every kind, as many sensual perfumes as you can," were disappearing from the poem. 146, but also in the anthology of lyric poetry of the last year of middle school, in Sappho's Ode to Aphrodite, the agents in the passage of the poem changed gender in the lines. "And who plus female suffix, the lovely one beloved, that wouldst lure to loving Sappho, who plus female suffix wrongs thee," became "and who plus male suffix, the lovely one beloved, that wouldst lure to loving Sappho, who wrongs plus male suffix thee." The then Minister of Education justified gender shift by saying that one of the surviving versions read "who plus male suffix," instead of "who plus female suffix." 147. Around the same time, 1984, when public television was broadcasting film A Hail of Bullets, a large number of viewers complained by phone about the provocative content of the film, which resulted in interrupting screening. 148, but it is not only the sexual gloss of an artistic work that can trigger the conservative reflexes of political correctness. The same is true of any artistic expression that offends the religious failings of believers. Apart from the aforementioned incident with Martin's The Last Temptation in Athenian cinemas, in the late 1980s, in the more recent past, the Greek cybercrime division took down a satirical Facebook account bearing the fictitious name Elder Pastitsios, and its creator was arrested. 149 account name was a pun on the name of Saint, a Greek Cappadocian monk of the 20th century who became widely known for his monastic life and work. I don't know if it is appropriate and truly humorous to make puns on the name of the now canonized elder, a holy person for Christian believers. Also, having had the chance to meet him in his cell, on Mount, I can confirm that he was indeed a man who embodied the model of asceticism, in its simple form. Does this mean that one would forbid someone else from using a potentially unfortunate satire, especially when it does not probably target elder, but the religiosity of certain believers? After all, anyone who disagrees with the content of this Facebook account may as well not visit it. The most recent manifestation of conservative political correctness in Greece was the incident with Georgios' work Neighborhood Guilt, known as the pink flag, which symbolized violence against women in Greek society. The work was exhibited at the Greek consulate in New York and then withdrawn after strong reactions that spoke of desecration of the national symbol. I wouldn't think that argumentation is necessary for confirming that flags and national symbols are timeless objects of inspired artistic creation. Indeed, leading works on the flag adorn public buildings, such as the famous work Exodus by Christos, inspired by the Exodus of, which was placed in a prominent position in the presidential mansion 150. The very theme of the flag with blood is not original in the history of art. One need only recall Faith's painting, The Flag is Bleeding, which is considered one of the leading works of contemporary American art and is on display at the National Gallery of Art in Washington, D.C. A flag on the flagpole of public buildings is one thing that cannot be tampered with, and quite another to see a flag as an object of artistic creation that operates at a metaphorical and allegorical level and is protected by artistic freedom in private and public spaces. Apart from a conservative political correctness, especially on national and religious matters, there is also a progressive political correctness on issues such as those of the Greek Civil War, 1946-1949. The disastrous civil war with tens of thousands of deaths on both sides, and despite the fact that no more wars were being fought at the time, was followed by a post-Civil War state which enacted fierce persecutions of the defeated, which took the form of executions, deportations, imprisonment, and removal from the state apparatus. The Greek Civil War was named by the victors guerrilla warfare. The government army was named National Army, as if the supporters of the opposite side had no national consciousness and anniversaries were set to celebrate the victory of government forces, forgetting that it was fratricidal war. All this culminated, of course, in April's dictatorship, 1967-1974. Things started to change with the transition to democracy. One would assume that we would realize the negative effect of a civil war. On either side 151, we would learn from mistakes of the past and avoid repeating them in the future, but perhaps because of the prosecutions of the post-Civil War state, a type of political correctness emerged in the form of reverse nationalism. Of the defeated 152, in fact, I doubt if there could be such a characterization of a civil war where brother fights brother. So that by definition, everyone is defeated. As has observed, there was no losing side, whether in quotation marks or not. Nor was there a winner, of course. The distinction between them, which is persistently maintained, was an easy ideological construction that relieved many on both sides. What truly existed was a defeated population. And that was tragic 153. In this context, a group of people attempted to prevent the screening of a film adaptation of a book in 1986 because it projected crimes of the rebels against family in a village of Epirus, Greece. In fact, some protesters bought tickets and tried to destroy the screens and the projecting apparatus. One could ask why all these protests have arisen 154 regardless of what is recorded in the book or the film. Isn't it clear that, in a civil war, crimes are committed on both sides? This example is not only typical in terms of restricting artistic freedom for the sake of political correctness. It suggests that political correctness often has a selective perspective 155 hindering expression of opinion in only one direction. The handling of Greek Civil War again has high educational value. While the events on the film did emerge, in the 2010s a documentary produced by the Central Committee of the Communist Party of Greece entitled What If Fell, We Will Win was screened. What was mentioned by party officials at the first screening of the documentary on the occasion of the 70th anniversary of the Hellenic Democratic Army was the following. In a while through the documentary, you will find yourselves back in your glorious mountains, your machine guns' nests on untrodden mountain peaks. All the great moments will come to life before you, your beloved ones, joys, sorrows, songs, the entire grandeur of the Hellenic Democratic Army. The celebration of the 70th anniversary of the Hellenic Democratic Army also embeds, among other things, a special project for placing commemorative monuments 156 to highlight this great epic 157 political correctness, thus inequality and the practice of double standards, selectively undermining, but in its core, freedom of art. Artistic freedom. A right, not an obligation, to create art with a specific content. Furthermore, it has been suggested that in order to receive support or to succeed in an artistic project of any kind, book, film, theatrical performance, the creator should have positively integrated minority-related roles and incidents that promote inclusion. Certainly, equal treatment of all people, regardless of gender, skin, ethnic origin, or sexual orientation, is highly important in modern civilization, including law. A lot has been achieved towards this goal, and a lot remains to be done. However, this is one thing, and quite another to implicitly impose an inclusive agenda on artistic works. If this occurs for the sake of political correctness, it seems extremely problematic. It is now obvious, for instance, that artistic work can contain homosexual erotic scenes. Homosexual love, it is not just a reality. It is also a manifestation of everyone's freedom. Fortunately, we are far from the time when the Greek National Council for Radio and Television imposed a fine on a TV channel for showing two men kissing, in a Christopher Series 158. However, having a sensitivity reader noting on the margin of a script that a young girl's love affair in the scenario should be with another girl, and not with a man 159, is quite different. The hypocrisy and freedom deprivation that prevailed until a few decades ago, in matters of sexual self-determination, is one thing, and it is a different thing when an actor may miss an opportunity to play a homosexual role, because they are not openly homosexual themselves. 160. It is one thing not to exclude social groups from their representation in works of art, and another to have diversity checklists, on the basis of which the funding of a film is determined, among other things, according to IG. Whether there are enough non-white people in the film, whether genders are equally represented, etc. 161162. Artistic freedom is a right, not an obligation of artful creation with specific content. The so-called positive measures for removing social inequalities, e.g., quotas in of one gender when filling in public offices, which are constitutionally justified, Article 116, par. 2 of the current Greek constitution, should remain within the confines of the law, letting artists shape their artistic conception, away from indirect coercion. That's why tools like the test are extremely problematic. Regardless of how it started and its many different versions, it sets quantitative criteria to determine whether a film respects the equality of men and women. In fact, the test, or other similar ones, seems to have been extended to art products as a criterion for affirming or denying equal treatment for LGBT+ community, non-white people and ethnic minorities. 163. As has been pointed out, the imposition of quotas of any kind in art is no longer a creation but something like elections with a simple proportional representation. Furthermore, we confuse two things, good intentions and talent, which has nothing to do with quotas and fair distribution. Is it possible that we are facing a kind of conformism sprinkled with aesthetics, where priority is no longer given to works because of their quality, but to artists because of their origin? 164. After all, artists' attempt to incorporate rules of political correctness takes away from art the creative imagination and its multidimensional character, is being sidelined for the sake of the minor Gary, because Mexican-American descent counts more than literary merit. And if Thomas finds a place in university, it's because his life and work are commented upon with reference to homosexuality. But can creative imagination, or ironic, fit into the narrow corset of sexual preference? All of these approaches are supposed to assume a kind of anti-Puritanism. But they are so restrictive, so confining, so idealistic that the work of art, having only the value of an example, is lost or even destroyed. Is it an anti-Puritanism perspective, or a new Puritanism? 165. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License, org licenses by 40, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. See Freedom of Speech in the USA, Preface, Epilogue, Crete University Press, 2021. See also The Most Human Right, Why Free Speech is Everything, the MIT Press, 2022. Sandra, No Freedom of Opinion Without a Climate of Freedom. 13, 2020. 8. Sandra, No Freedom of Opinion Without a Climate of Freedom. 13, 2020. 8. See also Till and Die, Political Correctness, A Declaration of Love to Political Correctness, available at Gesellschaft 87318. 41% of Germans believe that political correctness is too highly valued, 63% that there are too many unwritten laws about which opinions are acceptable and which are not, and 59% feel that they can express themselves freely only among friends. See also Peter Die Faust Die Reed, The Fist Stops Free Speech, Die Welt, February 15, 2024. 60% of the Germans think they cannot say what they want to say. Poll: 71% of Americans say political correctness has silenced discussions society needs to have. 58% have political views they're afraid to share. Available at org blog. Poll: 71 Americans say political correctness has silenced discussions society needs have. 58 Institute. Furthermore, the fear of making a mistake of political correctness can negate one of the most important characteristics of fine speech: spontaneity. See Spontaneity on the Fire of Political Correctness, available at Styles IT's Tees. But the worst thing that the politically correct speech can achieve in the long run is to get people used to expressing themselves without spontaneity. Something that translates as the habit of never saying everything altogether and freely, thus emptying and discharging your soul, rather than economizing your expression and consequently your desire. Something that may seem easy at first, perhaps even pleasant, but in the long run leads to the greatest mental decline. Also, in terms of political correctness, the speaker or writer thinks more about how to say or write something, rather than the content will be. Thomas, Political Correctness, A Sociocultural Black Hole, London, Studies in Social and Political Thought, 2021, p. 4. A Censorship Context, in Penelope and A Censorship Dictionary in Greece. Stunted Democracy, Dictatorship, Transition to Democracy, Athens, Publications, 2018. 279-285. See also Wokeism, the New Totalitarianism. Translation editing in Greek by Christina, Athens, 2023. 27. See Why is freedom of the press not adequately protected in our country? To September 3, 2023, freedom of expression includes not only information and ideas that are favorably received and considered inoffensive or indifferent, but also those that offend, shock, and disturb the state or part of the population. A Freedom of Speech in the USA, Preface, Epilogue, Crete University Press, 2021, p. 373. Political correctness can negatively affect freedom of expression on another level, too. Forming and expressing an opinion assumes that one must have previously received necessary information on the relevant events and views that have been formulated. But when mass media avoids informing on sensitive matters for fear of violating the rules of political correctness, citizens will not think and consequently will not express an opinion on them. See Political Correctness, Freedom of Expression versus Political Correctness, Berlin, and 2017. 31. John Stuart Mill on Liberty, Editing Introduction, London, Penguin Books Classics, 1985, First Edition, 1859, p. 81. John Stuart Mill on Liberty, Editing Introduction by, London, Penguin Books Classics, 1985, First Edition, 1859. 111. The Freedom of Expression, A Recalcitrant Value, Athens, Eurasia Publications, 2022, p. 14. See also The Inner Enemies of Democracy, translation into Greek by and Athens, Publications, 2013, p. 194. By definition, no organized society grants unlimited freedom to its members since it gives itself a body of laws. The closest to this extreme case would be a country where total anarchy reigns. Reigns is not the most appropriate option here. In fact, nothing would reign. The Limits of Freedom of Speech and Action, August 20, 2023. Section III, Linus versus Greece, Decision 31082024, Recital 54. The court would further stress that criticism of certain lifestyles on moral or religious grounds is not in itself exempt from protection under Article 10 of the Convention. However, when the impugned remarks go as far as denying LGBTI people their human nature, as in the present case, and are coupled with incitement to violence, then engagement of Article 17 of the Convention should be considered. And written incorrectly, die April 27, 2023. When journalists want to silence their own colleagues, die March 2, 2023. Broadly speaking, the issue of abortions has been trapped within a logic that eases instances of political correctness and extreme. See Rayner. I am political correctness. A grip on norms in everyday life in Ed, Die Politics, New Media and the Language of Law, Berlin, and 2007, p. 7174. In October 1992, demonstrators prevented organization of a speech event in New York entitled Can a Liberal Be Pro-Life? Some demonstrators were wearing badges saying, "Fuck free speech." Italy. The Supreme Court of Cassation decided that the migrants seeking asylum are not illegal. Available on News Oiden 2, last access January 10, 2025. See non-legal or illegal immigrants, August 17, 2023. Political Correctness, Freedom of Expression versus Political Correctness, Berlin, and 2017, p. 7. German journalist Iris cited, "It is a misconception to believe that real problems can cease to exist by replacing negative terms with positive ones. The term femicide can reveal the great number of murders of women, which even today stem directly or indirectly from women's inferior status or their suppression in their family and social environment. Even though not all such murders share the same background, it is evident that the term femicide tends to be adopted by the media for any female murder, regardless of the murderer's motives." For more information on the specifics of the term femicide in legal terms, see Ilya's Femicide or Homicide. April 7, 2024. Femicide, Issues of Definition and Criminalization of an Offense in Ed. Femicides and Criminal Law, 2023. 287. Femicides and Censorship, from the Greek Consulate in NYC to the Police Department in Athens, available in News 247 Gnomes to Tease at Ag, News 24/7, April 8, 2024, last accessed May 4, 2025. See also Rayner, Political Correctness. I am in Die Political Correctness. A grip on norms in everyday life in Ed. Politics, New Media and the Language of Law, Berlin, and 2007. 71-73. See also Thomas, Interview with Thomas. The leftward-oriented political correctness functions as a safety valve for the system itself. It engages in battles, redirecting the focus from fundamental systemic injustices or deficiencies, and frequently skips the rationally correct, thus showing ideological stiffness and lack of self. Available in Article Thomas H. Os Idas to Tease Pandoras. 18, 2021, last accessed May 4, 2025. Political Correctness, the unbearable lightness of existing discourse and the unbearable weight of no action. Available at Styles Tease, last accessed March 11, 2025. Pascal, an almost perfect culprit, Greek translation by Athens, Publications 2022, p. 152. See Political Correctness and Scientific Discourse, Tun, March 2, 2023. Ever since the Age of Enlightenment, 18th and 19th century, we know that thought and language are interrelated. One who knows how to talk knows how to think. And one who thinks can also reflect and be a competent speaker. See also a Political Correctness, Freedom of Expression versus Political Correctness, Berlin, and 2017, p. 6, who argues that because of the interrelation between language and thinking, political correctness can turn language police into thought police. See also Frick, Als. Oder Vomwort, Conflict Competence as a Democratic Quality. Or On the Value of Contradiction. 13-2020. 28. George, the Legal and the Incomprehensible, in Ed. Can everything be said, or are there things that cannot be said? Hellenic Association for Human Rights, Athens. Publications 2015, p. 8187-91. See also same author, either unneeded or dangerous, available in 20200711 Opinions Tatis, Ta, July 11, 2020. Political correctness demolishes pragmatic meaning and value of discourse. It is impossible for the strict rules of ethics and truth of political correctness to detect, or sarcasm, or a well-meant challenge. It is impossible for it to tolerate the pest of irrationality that challenges our aesthetic and moral limits while it obeys, even in a rebellious way, norms of discourse communities. See also the following humorous example by Gregor was. Ease in what politicians don't say. Because democracy is about majorities and not truths, Berlin, 2023, p. 137. A Jew asks another Jew why he is sad, and the latter says that he received a negative answer by the rabbi when he asked him whether he can smoke during the Torah reading. At this moment the other Jew intervenes saying, "You are a fool. You should have asked whether during smoking, Torah reading is allowed. In that case you would have gotten a positive answer." See Pascal, an almost perfect culprit, Greek translation by Athens, Publications 2022, p. 172, Samara, Political Correctness in Literature, Classical Books Under the Microscope, available in Koinonia MaxMag, July 21, 2023. Also see Sense and Sensibility, Can We Rewrite Books of the Past in Today's Terms? Available in Culture Books 562354507 Natoy Mitoy, April 4, 2023. Ask Dogan was ist sensitivity reading. What is sensitivity reading? A quick overview available in Ask Dogan Sensitivity Reading, Ask Dogan, August 11, 2020, last accessed May 4, 2025, mangled. Also, Everything's So Beautifully Germ-Free Here, die April 20, 2023, sensitivity readers. Who they are and what they do, available in Com Sensitivity Readers, Jericho Writers, last accessed May 4, 2025. See also Maria, Cancel Culture Doll, Political Correctness and the Orcs, available in 4430100I, last accessed May 4, 2025, who observes that there is still no Greek translation for this new profession and furthermore highlights that sensitivity readers judge on the basis of experience. A black woman may read a book that refers to black women, a disabled person will read a book about disability, etc. In a lot of ways, Facebook is more like a government than a traditional company. David, The Facebook Defect, available at time com 5237458. The Facebook Defect, time last accessed April 12, 2025. On this problem see Digital Platforms and Information Content Control, Online 2021. 19. Constitution, European Convention on Human Rights and Online Anonymity, in You, an Excellent Judge, collection in memory of Athens, Publications 2022. 189. Also a Facebook, Supreme Court and the Hidden Allure of Private Digital Constitutionalism, 2021. 27. Oversight Board, the Oversight Board and Constitutional Dimensions of Social Media Self-Regulation, E4. 515. The Influence of Internet Companies on Free Speech and Political Debate. Conflict Fields and Potential Risks, 2021. 522. Newly coined rules for controlling social media. A phenomenon of regulatory intervention by civil society in the context of globalization, 2021. 9. Internet Censorship in Penelope and Dictionary of Censorship in Greece. Stunted Democracy, Dictatorship, Transition to Democracy. Athens, Publications 2018. 269. The Identity Trap. A Story of Ideas and Power in Our Time, UK. Lane Penguin Books 2023. 176. Caesar, the Public Sphere in the Era of the Network, 2 October 8, 2023. C. Julian, Cancel Culture. Cancel Culture, The End of Enlightenment. A Plea for Independent Thinking, Munich, Piper Publications, 3rd edition, 2023. 121. Die, the Self-Righteous. My Counter for Public Spirit and Cooperation, Frankfurt, Campus Publishing, 2022, p. 305. See also McCarthy-Jones, Free Thinking. Protecting Freedom of Thought Amidst the New Battle for the Mind, London. One World Publications, 2023, p. 238. See The Identity Trap. A Story of Ideas and Power in Our Time, London. Lane Penguin Books, 2023, p. 165. C. Philip. The Human Stain, translated by. Epilogue by Ilyas and Athens Polis Publications, 2003. See also Vina. Human stories, however, have more value than the iconostasis of ideologies, available at Styles Teas, accessed March 11, 2025. Political correctness in science has also extended to citations of epistemological articles. Certain editorial notes in scientific journals have begun encouraging authors to cite articles by colleagues who refer to varied racial identities and geographical areas. Moreover, tools have been forged for applying citation justice. Translation into Greek. Collective Intervention for Defending Meritocracy in Science. September 2023, 26, p. 125-148. Another typical example in the same field comes from the USA, and it involves an internal document coming from the Minister of Foreign Affairs, in which he advised the ministry's employees to refrain from using gender terms such as mum-dad or son-daughter, on the assumption that gender is a social construct that may not correspond to the biological gender given at birth. See also Inclusiveness and Extremity, available at February 21, 2024, accessed March 11, 2025. On this incident, see The Long Night of Science and Freedom of Speech. To Epochs, August 28, 2022. There is, however, an optimistic aspect. The newspaper Die managed to publish the article of the young researcher, in which she presented everything she was to say in her speech. The fundamental right of freedom of the press avenged obstruction of freedom of speech inside the academic environment. Political correctness proved to be vain. What would have reached only a few students was eventually read by thousands. For other examples of political correctness in Germany, consult Julian, Cancel Culture. Cancel Culture, The End of. A Plea for Independent Thinking, Munich, Piper Publications, 3rd edition, 2023. 155. See also Only When I Laugh, available at Mag Mono, The Universities, by default institutions of unimpeded circulations of ideas and freedom of speech, are afraid. They are transformed into places that restrict freedom, into hothouses of social justice. But in hothouses, as we know, there is not much air. See The Last Temptation in and Dictionary of Censorship in Greece. Stunted Democracy, Dictatorship, Transition to Democracy, Athens, 2018. 502. On the more general problem of public order as a reason for restricting rights, see Christos, interpreting the term public order as a restriction of individual freedoms in the ECHR and the Constitution, the limits of the judicial judgment of the judge in applying restrictions on individual freedoms, S. 2003. 403. Watson v. City of Memphis, 373 U.S. 526, 533. On the Right to Ridicule, 2006, cited in Demarcations on Freedom of Expression, Neutrality, Islamism and Islamophobia, in Ed. Everything can be said, or are there things that are not said? Hellenic Association for Human Rights, Athens, Publications, 2015. 71, 72, 73. See also Forum Fundamentalisms, Sensitivities in Public Forum, in Ed. Everything can be said, or are there things that are not said? Hellenic Association for Human Rights, Athens, Publications, 2015. 159, 165. The main reason, however, for rejecting any justification based on public order arguments is that, if such reasoning is accepted, then any public guarantee of freedom of speech is abolished. Because the possibility of violent reaction of any intolerant individual would suffice in order to prohibit negative public expression against any identity, even if it were expressed in the mildest and friendliest manner. See 68 of Voltaire, May 68, and the Limits of Satire, in Ed. Everything can be said, or are there things that are not said? Hellenic Association for Human Rights, Athens, Publications, 2015. 99-102. C. Stephen, Political Correctness and the American Law School, Washington University Law Quarterly 69, 1991, p. 1041, available at Law 6943. See also. The Parallel Monologues on Freedom of Speech. From Self-Evident Issues of Law to Goals of the Greek University, 157-2023-64. And The Death of Reason, the book's journal, available at Gnomes 3290 O Thanatos Ts, last accessed March 10, 2025. Princeton University decided to abolish the requirement for students of classical studies to take up ancient Greek and Latin as a compulsory course, on the grounds that these languages are inextricably linked with the white supremacy. See the resignation letter of Peter from the State University of Portland with the eloquent title, "My University Sacrificed Ideas for Ideology." So today I quit. Students at Portland State are not being taught to think. Rather, they are being trained to mimic the moral certainty of ideologues. Faculty and administrators have abdicated the university's truth-seeking mission and instead drive intolerance of divergent beliefs and opinions. This has created a culture of offense where students are now afraid to speak openly and honestly. I noticed signs of that has now fully swallowed the academy quite early during my time at Portland State. I witnessed students refusing to engage with different points of view. Questions from faculty at diversity trainings that challenged approved narratives were instantly dismissed. Those who asked for evidence to justify new institutional policies were accused of microaggressions. And professors were accused of bigotry for assigning canonical texts written by philosophers who happened to have been European and male, available at My Resignation Letter. Alexis, Extremities of Political Correctness, available at Opinion 562199668 Ts Taz K, December 25, 2022, last accessed March 10, 2025, who cites even more general examples of political correctness as signs of extreme on the part of American society. Americans use the phrase, "There is no point in beating a dead horse," meaning that it is a waste of effort to focus on something that is already settled. Not anymore, because it is assumed to be fueling violent and condemnable acts against animals. The list of what is allowed or not can never end. Neither is, however, the list of demands which started with the introduction of 3 types of restrooms and continues to grow. Available at Opinion 562888714, Alexis, Signs of Decline Against a Backdrop of Division, February 18, 2024. The Lost Compass of Liberal America, 28 April 2024, adds that despite a trust in diversity, the self-proclaimed conservatives amount for 3% of the professors, while liberals amount for 75% of them. On political correctness in U.S. universities, see Mansfield, Petty Zealots of Moralism, interview, in Woke. The Awakening Movement, Special Edition, 28 April 2024. 64. Also see a Cancel Mark, the Professor Who Became Cancel, interview, in Woke. The Awakening Movement, April 28, 2024. 81, in which he, a law school professor, narrates not only his own canceling, after an academic work on comfort women of the Japanese Army in WWII, but also that of the popular human evolutionary biology lecturer. She lost her position due to her suggestion that to understand science, evolution, and biology, we have to first understand that there are 2 sexes, male and female. See 7 March 2024 for interview on the matter. Jeff Sparrow, Trigger Warnings. Political Correctness and the Rise of the Right, Melbourne, London, Scribe 2018. 38. See particularly John Wilson, The Myth of Political Correctness. The Conservative Attack on Higher Education, Duke University Press, 1995. Wilson does not deny the existence of instances that restrict conservative views in American universities. He suggests that these instances get overly covered, while on the other hand cases of restriction of left views are underrepresented, in the context of a general effort of the conservative circles of the United States of America for dominion in the universities. Anderson, Political Correctness on College Campuses, Freedom of Speech v. Doing the Politically Correct Thing, SMU Law Review 1993. 171. Available at Scholar 46110, last accessed May 2, 2025. See also John Wilson, The Myth of Political Correctness. The Conservative Attack on Higher Education, Duke University Press, 1995. 90. Anderson, Political Correctness on College Campuses, Freedom of Speech v. Doing the Politically Correct Thing, SMU Law Review 1993. 171-201 available at Scholar 46110, last access May 2, 2025. Say the Most Human Right. Why Free Speech is Everything, the MIT Press, 2022. p. 101. See also, In Our University You Will Not Be Afraid to Speak, available at Society 562785838, December 18, 2023. Recently, professors at Columbia University received a lengthy guide with words and phrases to avoid. Some of the included items were the brown food bag, which they frequently used to refer to lunch meetings for exchange of ideas, or the Black Day in history, because as they write, they are negatively charged words and may offend somebody. At another university, they stopped teaching the Greek, as some students felt that it disseminated toxic masculinity. The Equation of Interview in Woke. The Awakening Movement, April 28, 2024. 85. Political correctness has reached such an extent in the scientific world that in some cases prior to the publication of conference proceedings, guidelines, albeit non-obligatory, are sent to the authors for observing the rules of political correctness, especially with regard to the expression of equality between men and women. A book by Jane was given a yellow card by a British university, Culture Article 1335150Ts, Proto, February 1, 2023, last access April 13, 2025. See also Pascal, An Almost Perfect Culprit, translated by Athens, Publications 2022, p. 153 footnote 5. In 2017, 60% of British universities had already severely restricted freedom of speech. Left-wing feminist and activist was banned from speaking out because of her views on transgender persons. It is not only the extreme left that is intolerant. Some conservative universities also prohibit speakers who criticize Israel or advocate of abortion from getting on the podium. See also Carolina, Only When I Laugh, available at Mag Mono. Cambridge University has published a list of suggestions and that may be perceived negatively and create problems to teachers. It has also created a website that allows students to anonymously report incidents. For more examples from British universities, see Woke Culture. The Woke Culture. The Of the Right Side of History, Athens, 2023. 56 and especially 134 on the case of Professor Stock, who was forced to resign in November 2021 from the University of Sussex because of her views on biological sex. On the same case, see Richard Adams. Stock says she quit university post over medieval ostracism. Education 202103. Stock says she quit university post over medieval ostracism. The Guardian, November 3, 2021. See Thomas, Political Correctness, A Sociocultural Black Hole, London, Studies in Social and Political Thought, 2021, p. 67. For other examples of political correctness from French universities, see 95c. Translation into Greek and editing by Christina, Athens, 2023. For examples of political correctness in Greek academia, see Thomas, Political Correctness, A Sociocultural Black Hole, London, Studies in Social and Political Thought, 2021. 37. The Freedom of Academic Expression and Its Enemies, A Philosophical Approach in Philemon, Athens, Publications 2015, p. 125-134. p. 152, he adds, in other organized spaces in the public sphere, the market cannot perform this role effectively, because in business, research activity, to the extent that it exists, is secret and profit-oriented. See also Barbara, Political Correctness and the Law, The Journal for Legal Studies 12021, p. 147-154. Students grow wary of expressing their opinions, and professors are afraid to ask their students to explore certain topics. Some may even suggest that subjects such as rape law should not be taught because of their potential to cause distress. Many instructors, especially male professors, in fact, feel anxious about teaching rape law, students who have been victims of rape might find it traumatic to discuss the topic. Discussions could become emotionally charged. Issues of identity and gender are involved. There may be the feeling that all women are potential victims. All men are potential defendants. Reports that in 1993, a group of female law students threatened Professor Allen with formal charges of sexual harassment for having created a hostile atmosphere during 2 days of classroom discussion about men falsely accused of rape. According to many professors, avoid teaching classes where issues of race, gender, or sexual preference might arise. Professors either do not teach these topics at all, or they teach them in a very different manner than the way they normally teach criminal law subjects. See the dictionary in and Dictionary of Censorship in Greece. Stunted Democracy, Dictatorship, Transition to Democracy, 2018. 404 Athens, Publications, 2018. 404. See the case. A decision never published, S. 2020. 543. Plenary Session, Greek Supreme Court 13-1999. See the Taboo of in Greek Macedonia, 22. 2020. 49. In Germany, many newspapers use both genders. An asterisk is placed after the male suffix and the female suffix is then added. IG. For both male and female students. The use of neutral address forms also creates reactions. Mantle, award-winning British author, protested when a university publication referred to her as they instead of she. She said, "Being a woman means a lot to me. I don't want my womanhood to be confiscated by the press." See We Live in Tyranny, in Bitter Darkness, lyrics from a song 1974, available at Gnomes 3368 Mies to Sept. 6 2021, last accessed March 10, 2025. See Leipzig Hair, Leipzig University defends professor, available at Leipzig 903957. See also the interview of the professor of linguistics, in magazine available at Leipzig 904777, who approves the initiative of the University of Leipzig, pointing out that similar regulations already exist at the universities of Potsdam and Karlsruhe, and highlighting that 99% of laws, decrees, and university regulations use the male gender. However, in some German federal states, e.g. Bavaria, Hesse, abolition of the asterisk and other inclusive signs is promoted in public administration and public education. On this, see Tim and Di of the Starlets Warriors, December 1617, 2023. See Di. Are universities forced to use both the male and female gender? Di, February 16, 2023. Christian and Tim Oliver, Alls was ist. Everything that is right. Curious Judgments and Helpful Legal Knowledge, 2024-2023, on the page of April 16, 2024. Maria and a Guide on the Use of Non-Sexist Language in Administrative Documents, Ministry of the Interior General Secretariat for Gender Equality, National Printing House, 2018. No. 652-2016 Circular, General Secretary for Gender Equality of the Greek Ministry of the Interior and Administrative Reconstruction. 1. Simultaneous reference to both women and men is recommended by using both grammatical genders, when the text refers to mixed population or in cases where gender is not. This can be achieved either by using the full word or by adding suffixes. Greek adjectives and nouns are inflected for gender, e.g. candidate plus male suffix. 2. When reference to women is exclusive, the use of the feminine gender is also exclusive, as are adjectives and pronouns. 3. In cases of nouns where the masculine and feminine forms coincide, it is recommended that adjectives and pronouns be listed in both genders, available plus male suffix. See also Article 12 of Law 46042019. The use of expressions that imply or encode gender discrimination is prohibited when drafting administrative documents, and the recommendation of the Council of Europe, No. CM Rec 20191, according to which the use of both genders or gender-neutral expressions should be encouraged in drafting public documents. On the use of masculine and feminine gender in laws and legal language, see Male Linguistic Legal in Walter Festschrift Hans Gall 70, commemorative publication for Hans Gall on his 70th birthday, Bielefeld, Ernst, 1997. 121. Distinguishes between grammatical gender and biological sex, arguing that the generic masculine may also include women, without it, in itself, contradicting the principle of equality. For the broader issue from a linguistic point of view, see Language and Being, Belize, Publications, 3rd edition, 2021. 19. On examples from the German language, see Male Linguistic Legal in Walter Festschrift Hans Gall 70, commemorative publication for Hans Gall on his 70th birthday, Bielefeld, Ernst, 1997. 121-134, the new version of Article 18, par. 1 of the Lower Saxony Constitution offers an almost prime example. The state parliament elects its president, his or her deputy, and the secretary's presidium, emphasis added. Or doesn't Article 63, par. 5 of the second draft of the University Studies Act of the Austrian Ministry of Science, Transport, and the Arts of 8/11/1996 also speak for itself in full linguistic mastery. It reads, the Dean of Studies shall appoint the university college teacher who supervised the author of a dissertation as an assessor. See Politico EU withdraws document accused of abolishing Christmas, December 1, 2021, World 561610894 EE last access April 13, 2025. See also Merry Christmas or Happy Holidays. Available at 202-312-25 Opinions 2, 25 December 2023, last access March 12, 2024, and Only When I Laugh, available at Mag Mono. I hear about changing the Merry Christmas wish to a Happy Holidays one. I'm not a devout Christian, but I get annoyed. What kind of cancel culture can change a deeply rooted tradition that, even though of religious origin, today it celebrates joy for all? The book's journal, Christmas and Political Correctness, available at editorials 3551, December 15, 2021, last access April 13, 2025. See also Manos, The Birth of Christ and the Sins of Young Students When Violating the Road Traffic Code, the comments of the 3rd of the Greek Radio Council. A Modern Greek Mythology, 2nd edition, Athens, Publications, 1981. 101-102. Especially in our country, Christmas has become a time of trading and self-satisfaction. An opportunity for a European show, the birth of Christ has become a barren anniversary with no feeling. The meaning of this unique birth, which illuminated and established our world with feeling and love, has been forever forgotten. On a broader perspective, see The Political Correctness of Holidays, available at Opinion 562806946 iTun. December 30, 2023, last accessed April 13, 2025, who provides examples of Christmas celebration from the European and American context, especially with respect to placing nativity scenes in public spaces. See also Politically Correct, The Syndrome of the Manger, The Disputes and the Politically Correct of Religion Theory, December 24, 2023, and A Christmas of Political Correctness, to December 17, 2023. See Hughes, Political Correctness, A History of Semantics and Culture, Oxford, Publishing, 2010, p. 213. See Mangold also, Everything is So Beautifully Germ-Free Here, Die, April 20, 2023. See also Nora, Amir is Very Angry. Available at 4127520 Poly, Ton, November 24, 2023, last accessed April 13, 2025, where the well-known film director suggests, when I still was a young filmmaker, we believed that through cinema, leftist ideology and movements, we could really change the world. None of the current young creators have this belief or illusion anymore. Even filmmakers well known for their political films and of an older age have become captives of political correctness. There is no room for free cinema due to political correctness. It now seems impossible for someone to ask questions through their films or to comment on situations or people in a satirical or deeper way. The New Friendly Giant minced his words, February 21, 2023. It is typical in books like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, The Big Friendly Giant and Matilda that references to appearance, weight, and nature of the characters have been removed. For example, Augustus Gloop in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory is now described as huge, with the word fat removed from every book, the Telegraph newspaper reports. Mrs. Tweet is no longer ugly and beastly, but just beastly. Items like crazy and insane were also removed out of consideration of mental health issues. See also Doll, the latest news, available at Itatis Reiki, and 2 doll versions for readers to choose from, January 11, 2024, where we read that the British publisher of Doll's books now prints them in 2 versions, the politically correct version and the original one without any alterations to the initial text. See Sense and Sensibility. Can we rewrite books of the past in today's terms? April 4, 2023, available at Culture Books 562354507 na Tatoitoy, last access April 27, 2025. The Man from France, also a victim of political correctness, Ton, June 8, 2023, available at 3928881 Taz OT. Maria, Cancel Culture Doll, Political Correctness and the Orcs, March 26, 2023, available at 4430100 ITA, last access May 4, 2025. See Black Sugar and Nigger Indicating a Black Woman, the book's journal, October 14, 2021, available at Gnomes 3436. On Greek Reality, see replacement of the item fat by in Adonis by and. See also Fat Correctness or Inalienable Right. Ta, November 20, 2023. Although in Smith's song the item nigger does not have a negative connotation. See also in Woke. Well, not the Gone with the Wind, too, in Woke, The Awakening Movement, Special Edition, April 28, 2024, p. 424546. See Dies Ob the Curator, We Don't Hang Anything, Die, April 20, 2023. See also Michelangelo and the Demon of Political Correctness, Ton, March 28, 2023, Common Sense is Fading. Art bows to political correctness. I remember a few years ago, during a press conference in connection with his performance at renowned dance theater, a journalist asked him if the audience has become accustomed to nudity, provoking the ironic smile of the other art critics, as we found it unthinkable to talk about nudity as a provocation trigger nowadays. Restrained replied, the answer should come from the statues or a visit to an archaeological museum. The Bible is withdrawing from Utah schools due to vulgarity violence. June 19, 2023. CEO. Desire Me Die February 15, 2024. See also Murray. The War Against the West. Prevailing in a Time of Irrationality. Translated into Greek by Liberal Books 2023. 344. See also Ideology in Children's Literature, Political Correctness in Children's Literature, National and University of Athens 2015, available at Courses ECD3 in the second book of 1010's Adventures, 1010 in Congo. The comics book was first published in 1937 and reappeared in 1975 in a different form. As it was linked to the Belgian sovereignty in Congo, it was requested that it will be either withdrawn or an explanation would be provided regarding the ideological context of the colonial era. In the United Kingdom, the comic is only available in the adult section of bookstores. See Christie, her classic novels are being rewritten for political correctness. March 27, 2023, available at Culture Books 562341727 Tatis, last access April 27, 2025. See Political Correctness from American Campuses to Our Small Country, available at Magtati Mazkora, last access April 27, 2025. Ironing Art with Absurd Rules, Ton, April 8-9, 2023. See also Burning Books, Ideas and Values, March 30, 2023, and Traces of Barbarism, March 30, 2023. See also Ilias, Who Killed Homer. Available at Opinion 561217129 Ton, January 5, 2021. There is nothing wrong in saying, in the context of teaching school or university students, that Homer or Shakespeare used expressions, characters, figures that, in our present view, seem ambiguous as far as their ideological background is concerned. Let each student judge for themselves. The pernicious, the petty, the stupid lies in prohibition, in censorship. No matter how much damage the professional, sensitive readers do, Homer's universality is not threatened by fashions that come and go. Literature and the Evil, Magazine, 289, 1992, p. 25. See Your Attention, Physical Contact, 11th August 2023. See Die. The Self-Righteous. My Counter for Public Spirit and Cooperation, Frankfurt, Campus Publishing, 2022, p. 136. See also The Tyranny of Political Correctness, available at IN 20230-523, INGR May 23, 2023, last accessed May 5, 2025. It is no coincidence that only on the initiative of Egyptian officials, who could hardly be accused of racism, there was a reaction to the choice of Netflix to show a black family of Ptolemaic rulers of Egypt. But the English, who are now too tolerant, have not reacted with respect to the black wife of King George and the black nobles and Queen Charlotte, and in Two Queens, Elizabeth Mary Stuart. We are basically witnessing a barbarization of the West with unknown consequences for the cohesion of societies. See, is there such a thing as preferential treatment of religious beliefs? In Oid, everything can be said, or are there those things that are not said? Hellenic Association for Human Rights, Athens. Publications 2015, p. 105-106, with reference to the case law of the European Court of Human Rights. Satire is a mode of artistic expression and social commentary which, through exaggeration and distortion of reality, aims to shock and disturb by its very nature. Thus, any restriction of an artist's right to express themselves must be examined with particular care. Caesar, End of an Era, Leaves, available at Gnomes 3183 Telos T. Liberation, the book's journal, March 31, 2021. Quotes Dutch cartoonist with a long career in the French press, who suggests that a cartoon in the press must be understood within 2 seconds. From the back cover of the book, George, Literature and Evil, translated into Greek by, editing by, Athens, Publications 1979. See Religious Purity or Religious Freedom. Available at Opinion 562156717I, November 27, 2022, last accessed April 13, 2025. And Maria, What is Left of Dahl's Work? August 27, 2023. See Political Correctness, Reasonable Corrections, Irrational Dogmatisms, available at MAG, Issue 5, last accessed May 5, 2025. In rewriting history, and especially the history of culture, from an exclusive super-subordinate or dominated subject's point of view, horizons of cultural perception are distorted, along with the very function of educational and cultural values. Adopting an outright politicization of all relations, they construct a schematic world consisting of sovereigns and dominated, as if they were distinct moral entities in a Manichaean struggle. Pascal, translated into Greek by An Almost Perfect Culprit, Athens, Publications 2022, p. 174. See also Only When I Laugh, available at MAG 2024. There is also The Ignorant View, where history, the canvas on which we step, willy-nilly creaks. Because the unspeakable injustices committed over the centuries by man to man are there, part of the canvas. We do not them, but we acknowledge them, alas if we did not, for the canvas has no carpet to shove them under. Mangold Annos. By their words you shall recognize them, in Tobias, Florian, George M. Canceling. A Necessary Dispute, Munich, Carl Publishing, 2023, p. 912. On the Necessity of Teaching About Slavery in Schools, see Kinder Dezen. Kids, look at this. Die November 16, 2023. See Do you call someone a bumpkin or a crippler? Two Greek linguists talk about political correctness, available at I. Oi Perry, December 27, 2018. It's not about correcting Twain, but when one teaches him in school and that word appears as written, one has to have a whole discussion with the class about why it was said that way at that time, what it meant, why we don't say it today, etc. There is no point in interfering with the text and changing the way it was written. Samara's Political Correctness in Literature, Classic Books Under the Microscope, available at Koinonia, MaxMag, July 21, 2023, last accessed April 13, 2025. See the Politically Correct Past, Issue 345, March 24, 2024, This is Called History. History with all its good and bad pages, history that changes over time and is recorded. And what is recorded can neither be censored nor altered and paraphrased so as not to offend us today. History threatens no one, offends no one. It only educates and offers examples. Pascal translated into Greek by An Almost Perfect Culprit, Athens, Publications 2022, p. 155. See When Words Hurt, Die, October 19, 2023. See also The Translator's Dilemmas. Does anyone adopt the current term, African American, in a text written in 1923? Is it possible that what is considered politically correct today, African American, is also an appropriate translation for Black and Negro? On the other hand, if you write John felt a black man approaching him, or a Negro, how do you guard against the burst of shots you are likely to receive? It's like being between devil and the deep sea. Or rather, without metaphorical language, it's like being between political correctiveness and racial vilification. Texts on Language and More, preface by Athens, Publishing 2023, p. 113. C. Brooks Barnes, Disney Fairy Tales, Fantasy but also Political Correctness, originally from New York Times, April 27, 2022. Disney, built on fairy tales and fantasy, confronts the real world. Available at 5618244617. Fantasia Disney, April 28, 2022. Last accessed April 13, 2025. See also Pascal, translated into Greek by An Almost Perfect Culprit, Athens, Publications 2022. 174-175. The New York Times, in turn, asks for Mark Twain's book The Adventures of Finn to appear with a warning, a book that deals with racism in a way that might cause trauma or disrupt knowledge. As for The Great Gatsby, 1925, the same newspaper suggests that it too should come with a warning, a book displaying instances of offensive and appalling misogynistic violence. Although there are people in this group who disagree with the exclusive use of the term Roma, considering that the term has been effectively imposed and excludes their particular ethnic consciences and local traditions. See We Are Not Roma, We Are Gypsies, available at Print Society Den to April 3, 2023. A further example could be the old 1946 popular song by Greek leading songwriter, bouzouki player and singer, Magical Nights, where female niggas are thought highly. See also Brown Sugar and Female Niggas, available at Gnomes 3436, the book's journal. See Palama's Study, 34, issue 397, Christmas 1943, p. 126-184. Palama's Complete Works. 3 of the Gypsy, Palama's Foundation, 2019. 1213. Translator's note, the study renders the title as the of the. It has also been referred to in English as the 12 Lays of the Gypsy John, Classical Review, February 27, 2009, published online by Cambridge University Press. The Real Palama's 4th ed. Athens Ta L.C. Publications 1945, p. 63. The Greek Idea in Palama's Complete Works. 3 Palama's Foundation, 2019, page 205-214. See also Palama's. 34, issue 397, Christmas 1943, p. 126-192. The Gypsy tears down the old alone and alone builds the new edifice of tomorrow. He rejects and accepts life in order to reach higher and breathe a cleaner air. Thus he rises into a symbol of life itself, which destroys and molds itself, tracing the means and elements which allow him to return to eternal values like God, country, power, heroism, art, health, and science. See in detail. Ideology in Children's Literature. Political Correctness in Children's Literature, National and University of Athens, 2015, available at Courses ECD 3. The paper also suggests politically correct terms such as Black woman, gendered person rich in melanin, ugly, person whose appearance questions the stereotypical beauty, person whose appearance does not go unnoticed, cannibalism, racial consumption of human flesh by humans, and immoral, individual with a personal, non-traditional value system. The writer also highlights non-politically correct folk verses, such as a blind man was looking for a needle in a hay barn, and a deaf one was telling him that he heard a bang. James Finn Garner, Politically Correct Bedtime Stories, publishing 1994, translated into Greek by Lily, James Finn Garner. Politically Correct Fairy Tales, Athens, publishing 1995. James Finn Garner, Politically Correct Bedtime Stories, publishing 1994, translated into Greek by Lily, James Finn Garner. Politically Correct Fairy Tales, Athens, publishing 1995. 2122. James Finn Garner, Politically Correct Bedtime Stories, publishing 1994, translated into Greek by Lily, James Finn Garner. Politically Correct Fairy Tales, Athens, publishing 1995. 6566. James Finn Garner, Politically Correct Bedtime Stories, publishing 1994, translated into Greek by Lily, James Finn Garner. Politically Correct Fairy Tales, publishing 1995, p. 62. Ideology in Children's Literature. Political Correctness in Children's Literature, National and University of Athens, 2015, available at Courses ECD3. Interview in Fairy Tales and Political Correctness. The Bad Wolf is a Vegetarian, The Male Disappears and Snow White Doesn't Wait for the Prince, available at Article 142745550 IDEN, Proto, October 27, 2023. Interview in Fairy Tales and Political Correctness. The Bad Wolf is a Vegetarian, The Male Disappears and Snow White Doesn't Wait for the Prince, available at Article 142745550 IDEN, Proto, October 27, 2023, last accessed April 13, 2025. See also Den About Dwarves and Respect for Other Cultures, August 10, 2023. Pascal, translated into Greek by An Almost Perfect Culprit, Athens, Publications 2022. 171-172. Interview in Fairy Tales and Political Correctness. The Bad Wolf is a Vegetarian, The Male Disappears and Snow White Doesn't Wait for the Prince, available at Article 142745550 IDEN, Proto, October 27, 2023, last accessed April 13, 2025. We always set the context beforehand, letting the parents know that we read all kinds of fairy tales to children. What I'm going to read to you now is a fairy tale written many years ago when people had different beliefs. Let's hear it and talk about it. See also John Wilson, The Myth of Political Correctness. The Conservative Attack on Higher Education, Duke University Press, 1995, p. 31. In relation to political correctness in the academic field, see also J. The Role of Philosophy on Academic Ethics, translation into Greek by In Philemon, Athens, Publications 2015, p. 89-98-99. However, the ethics of academic freedom should also provide a fairly calculated counterweight to the frequent institutionalization of political correctness, which translates itself into an attempt by many on both the right and the left to restrict the way in which academic staff and students express themselves. One only has to recall George W. Bush's excommunication on September 20, 2001, a few days after the attack on the Twin Towers, in his speech to Congress, where he addressed all nations saying, "Either you are with us or you are with the terrorists." See on this, The Identity Trap. A Story of Ideas and Power in Our Time, London. Lane Penguin Books, 2023, p. 122. Traces of Barbarism, 30 March 2023. See also John Wilson, The Myth of Political Correctness. The Conservative Attack on Higher Education, Duke University Press, 1995, especially p. 31. On Conservative Political Correctness in American Universities. Although the pressure to withdraw books from school libraries is not political either. See, for example, Samara, Political Correctness and Literature, Classic Books Under the Microscope, available at Koinonia. In recent years, U.S. school libraries have been depleted because of bans. And it's not just conservative groups that are banning books in the U.S. The shelves are being emptied from the other wing as well. One mother's protest was enough for the removal of 2 classics of American literature. Specifically, the books To Kill a Mockingbird by Harper Lee and The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn by Mark Twain were accused of racist language. The complaint concerned the misuse of the word nigger. This is not the first time that these books have been attacked. Mark Twain's book has been removed from libraries for other reasons, such as the coarse language he uses. and Harper Lee's adventures date back to the 1960s, with accusations of racial bigotry, immorality, crude scenes, description of a near rape. It has been banned by right-wing, conservative organizations as well as left-wing, progressive groups. See a zigzag through the bitter orange trees in Penelope and a Dictionary of Censorship in Greece. Stunted Democracy, Dictatorship, Transition to Democracy, Athens, Publications 2018. 335. CA Political Correctness and New Forms of Exclusion, 18 June 2023. In its uncritical and mechanistic application, political correctness seems to lead to the invention of new divisions, the consolidation of new forms of isolation, and the restriction of the free expression of ideas. Removal of a painting from the gallery wall and of a book from the shelf of the public library reinforces the view that the public needs strict guidance from experts and protection from any negative side effects of art, since they are unable to understand the historical or socio-political context of an important visual or literary work. In my view, this elitist attitude marks society's return to conservatism and moral puritanism. See The Censorship of the Nude in Art, 22, Censorship and Democracy. The Post-Civil War State and the Transition to Democracy. 9. Shortly afterwards in 1964, film Olives was described in the press as obscene because the protagonist appeared half-naked with a topless gown. See Maria Expanding the Boundaries of the Permissible, 22, Censorship and Democracy. The Post-Civil War State and the Transition to Democracy, November 2020. 29. Anti-Issue 215, October 1, 1982. Anti-Issue 216, October 15, 1982 and 217, October 29, 1982. See The Bullets Fall Like Hail and the Wounded Artist Sighs in Penelope and Dictionary of Censorship in Greece. Stunted Democracy, Dictatorship and Transition to Democracy, Athens, Publications 2018. 461. Elder Postitios in Penelope, a Dictionary of Censorship in Greece. Stunted Democracy, Dictatorship and Transition to Democracy, Athens, Publications 2018. 332. Thomas Political Correctness, A Sociocultural Black Hole, London, Studies in Social and Political Thought 2021, p. 28. See The painting Exodus by Christos was donated to the Presidency of the Republic, available at Otoites, December 28, 2021. Civil war is the worst form of war because it is war with a name. A foreign invader or conqueror will eventually leave. But in a civil war, it is the neighbor, the relative, the fellow villager who may have killed your parent, father, or worse, your child. The political ideological dispute becomes personal, and besides, the opponent is next to you so that you can take revenge at any time. And even worse, there is a risk that the rage will be passed down from generation to generation. See also Penelope, From Appeasing Political Passions to the Right Culture, 22, Censorship and Democracy. Post-Civil War State and Transition to Democracy, November 2020, p. 93 111. With reference to the enormous box office success, over 600,000 tickets of film, The Man with the Clove, 1980, the following has been suggested. The great success of the film came to confirm an undisputed hegemony of the left in the transition to democracy in terms of the narrative of traumatic past. Losers of the Civil War battlefield had turned into winners in the field of ethics and culture. The Dangerous Necessity of Memory, discussion with Issue 557, 5 August 1994. See Manos in Penelope and a Dictionary of Censorship in Greece. Stunted Democracy, Dictatorship and Transition to Democracy, Athens, Publications 2018. 41. Thomas Political Correctness, A Sociocultural Black Hole, London, Studies in Social and Political Thought 2021, p. 23. A selective approach to history also has deep political significance. As George reminds us in 1984, translation into Greek by Athens, Publications 1999, p. 270, whoever controls the past controls the future. Whoever controls the present controls the past. Speaking of monuments, the following experience is perhaps worth mentioning. at the annual joint meeting of postgraduate public law of the law schools of the National and University of Athens and the Aristotle University in collaboration with the group, we visited villages on fourth highest Greek mountain, 2520, and the National Reconciliation Park. A shocking experience where battles of the Greek Civil War took place. Inside the Park of the National Reconciliation, there are two separate monuments a few kilometers away from each other, one for the fallen partisans and the other for the fallen soldiers of the governmental side. One may wonder when this will end. Sees Selective Memory and Oblivion of the Greek Civil War, available at Opinion 916604 Lithitoi, July 1, 2017, last accessed April 14, 2025. See To Kiss in Penelope and a Dictionary of Censorship in Greece. Stunted Democracy, Dictatorship and Transition to Democracy, Athens, Publications 2018. 520. In Council of State 3492-006, which cancelled the decision on the fee, on the grounds that a mere presentation of a scene which simply expresses a homosexual romantic desire with a kiss and without a pornographic content or profanity, cannot in any way be considered to confer upon the controversial film a low and degraded quality level, which is prohibited by the Constitution and renders it blameworthy. Depicting in the contested intermediate scene, an expression of homosexual romantic desire represents an existing social reality, which relates to a social group among the many that make up an open and modern democratic society, whose romantic choices are not only not condemned by the constitutional order of the country, but on the contrary are mandated by the provisions of Articles 2, Respect and Protection of Human Value, and Article 5, Par. 1. Protection of personal freedom, as a manifestation of free choice of its members, to be fully respected and expressed in works of art, just as the romantic choices and sensitivities of other groups within the population of the country. See Die Angst ist the author, Fear is Dangerous, Die, April 20, 2023. See I Am the Intended, Eraser in the Brain, Die, April 20, 2023. See Diversity. The Film Funder, More Diversity, Die, April 20, 2023. See also Thomas, Leftward-Oriented Political Correctness acts as a kind of safety valve for the system itself, available at Article Thomas H. Na Os Idas Idas, 18, 2021, a striking example of the irrationality of political correctness and the consequent cancel culture stance is what happened to a friend of a former student of mine. The artist in question was doing her master in fine arts at an American university, and her professors accused her of painting only white people. The thing is, the girl only did portraits of her all-white Icelandic family. See Thomas, Political Correctness, A Sociocultural Black Hole, London, Studies in Social and Political Thought, 2021. 62. In particular, Test investigates whether at least two women appear in an artwork, who are conversing with each other and not only in relation to men. The example Thomas refers to, in relation to the series Chernobyl and the criticism it attracted for using only white actors, is interesting and instructive. Pascal, An Almost Perfect Culprit, translation into Greek by Athens, Publications 2022. 161-162, 169-170, who also cites the following example. In Baltimore, the director of the Museum of Modern Arts sold several paintings of the collections, including a to buy works by artists who were underrepresented, in this case African Americans and women. What will the visitor think for these paintings? That they are not exhibited because of their originality or audacity, but because their creator is African, American, or female. Is there anything more derogatory and degrading? The New Puritanism, available in 2008-1124 Books Ideas O, November 24, 2008. 4. Thematic and add political correctness. Political correctness could roughly be into two major categories. The thematic political correctness, which restricts or even prohibits discussion of certain topics and the use of certain words, and on the add personalized political correctness, which targets certain people because of their unorthodox stance or their history in general. Thematic political correctness is dangerous for a democratic organization of society to the extent that it hinders free discussion of certain issues and places them in molds of political appropriateness. As mentioned, democracy assumes an informed and thoughtful citizen, and consequently, a free democratic dialogue on matters of public interest. Add political correctness, which is gaining ground, is no less dangerous. In personalized political correctness, it's not what someone writes or says that is criticized, but the persons themselves. By extension, there is no dialogue on the merits of a case, on the basis of arguments and counterarguments. The positions of the political correctness offender are rejected by definition, simply because they come from them. In the spirit of cancel culture, the offender is isolated socially and professionally, even for a long time since their mistakes are reproduced on the internet too, and as suggested, Internet does not forget, despite the efforts of legal order, see in particular the right to oblivion 3, intended to allow people to live without their mistakes. Furthermore, based on a Manichaean logic of the absolute distinction between good and evil, and classifying people into acceptable and unacceptable, personalized political correctness subjects historical personalities to purity tests, disconnected from the historical context in which they acted. A typical example is the destruction of statues. Obviously, statues of conquerors or dictators have no place in public spaces. Things, however, become more complicated when statues are demolished and casts of great historical figures are removed for some negative aspect of them. Is it right, for example, to remove from New York Town Hall the bust of Thomas, a leading scholar and statesman, an interlocutor of and main author of the United States Declaration of Independence, because he owned slaves 45? Can this negative aspect of Thomas' life be seen apart from the stage of human civilization at the time and tarnish his overall contribution, for which the bust obviously was made 67? In terms of political correctness, we should also refrain from reading and reflecting on the works of the German jurist and political theorist, Karl. Despite the fact that he closely collaborated with the National Socialist regime of Germany, he is assumed to have authored highly significant works and has shaped, like few others, the theory of public law, refining a number of key concepts such as politics, emergency, and the sovereign state apparatus. The dark chapter in Karl's life did not prevent engagement with his work. In fact, interestingly, it has been studied more extensively than that of his great theoretical adversary and defender of democracy, and Hans. Let alone Churchill, to whom we owe the victory in World War II to a great extent. Should we erase this immense contribution to humanity and demolish his statues because he also made an incalculable number of racist statements, from "I hate Indians," those beastly people with their beastly religion, to glorifying the superior white race, which he justified for exterminating Native Americans and Aboriginal Australians? Speaking of Churchill, an apotheosis of political correctness regarding his figure is found in an exhibition on British history, where one of his classic photographs had his iconic cigar out 9. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License, org licenses by 4.0, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. See also Ilya's Mutations, available in Opinion 56136062252, May 12, 2021. In America right now, and by extension to the rest of the Western world, the label of misogyny or sexist is beginning to dangerously resemble that of communist in the McCarthy era. Not only because these characterizations alone are enough to condemn and ostracize someone, even without tangible evidence, but also because the concepts, all of them, misogynist today and communist in the McCarthy era, are semantically extendable, depending on the appetite of the offender and the mood of the moment. For a typical example, see, Where Has the Leniency Gone? Available in Opinion 561309181I, March 28, 2021, the 27-year-old American journalist of mixed racial origin was about to take on her duties as director of Vogue's youth magazine. But the collaboration with Teen Vogue did not succeed, as at the last minute someone dug up something from the past. 10 years ago, the 17-year-old tweeted, "Haha, you're so gay," and expressed concern that she would wake up in the morning with Asian puffy eyes comments that she deleted from her account and apologized for. At the job interview, she did not fail to mention them. But nothing is erased from our digital world, nothing fades. There is always a remnant to feed the witch hunt. Past photos, past statements may expose anyone and invalidate them forever. Article 17 of the General Data Protection Regulation. Recent further examples: attempts to remove statues of the great founder of the city from Odessa after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, of Davis, President of the Confederate States in the USA, of Edward, slave trader and benefactor of the city, from Bristol, of Robert, also a slave trader, from the London Museum, of II because of his colonial policy, from the cities of Belgium. Among other things, it was also decided to remove the statue of the former President of the United States of America from the entrance to the American Museum of Natural History in New York, because it shows him on horseback accompanied by a pedestrian Indian and a pedestrian African American. On the contradictions of this approach, see also Picasso. Let all Picasso's works burn. Available at Opinion 561438025 Natatoy Picasso, July 18, 2021. In the same spirit, on 27/8/2020, the bust of the founder of the British Museum, Sir Hans, was removed from the entrance. Donated 71,000 objects to the British nation, which formed the basis of the British Museum, the British Library, and the British Museum of Natural History. The rationale for deposition is that he created his fortune by exploiting plantations in the Caribbean where slaves worked. Let's get serious. Does this make sense to you? Not to me. If money is stained with the blood of slaves, then all 71,000 items he acquired with that money are blood-stained and should be destroyed. We depose the criminal, but we retain and enjoy the product of the crime. This is not logic but hypocrisy. See also in debates. Removal or preservation. Statues, Public Space and Historical Memory, edited by History Pages, 22023, p94-100, who adds, "No past is entirely innocent and unblemished when viewed through today's eyes, through the prism of contemporary beliefs and prejudices. After all, neither is the present innocent and unblemished." See also Michael, George in the Nightmarish World of George, available at 20200-711 Opinions Tatis Tas, whereas undoubtedly vindicated is in regard to revision of history. In the 1984 Society, all records are destroyed or books are rewritten, paintings are repainted, statues and streets are renamed, dates are altered. We recently experienced and continue to experience verbal and practical interventions in history in the context of reactions against police violence against Black citizens of the United States. See, however, in Conversation with Griffiths, in Stephen Fry, Jordan Michael, and in Political Correctness Gone Mad. London Publications, 2018, p1314. I would disagree, for example, with Stephen Fry's fierce opposition to tearing down statues of figures we now revile, just because I think cultures change and people should be allowed to decide who they celebrate and commemorate. On the broader issue of statue removals and monuments of controversial figures or historical events from public spaces, see detailed analysis by Murray. The War on the West. Prevailing in an Age of Unreason, translated into Greek by Athens, Liberal Books 2023. 150. Who provides numerous examples of statue removals, including those of Columbo, George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, and Churchill. See also a Cancel Culture, Who Cancels What. Reflections on Cancel Culture, translated into Greek by Athens, Polis Publications 2022. 13. Anna Maria's Memory Sites and Public History of World War II in Greece, a Comparative Approach, dissertation, Department of History and Archaeology, National and University of Athens, 2014, Repository Retrieve 119303610, Neither Black Nor White in Woke. The Awakening Movement, Special Edition, April 28, 2024, p. 2730. Debates. Removal or preservation. Statues, Public Space and Historical Memory in Eid. History Pages 22023. 94. 1945-1975, Monuments on World War II. Iconoclasm in Cold War Europe 1945-1975, Forward, Athens, Publications 2020. Cancel culture, who cancels what? Reflections on cancel culture, translated into Greek by Athens, Polis Publications 2022, p. 37. On the oversimplified nature of the intense and aphoristic criticism of Churchill, see Murray. The War on the West. Prevailing in an Age of Unreason, translated into Greek by Athens, Liberal Books 2023. 195. See also The Truth Behind Fake Images, to March 17, 2024. 5. Digression, Political Correctness, and its Relationship to the Rise of Populism. The rise of populism in modern democracies is a multifactorial and multifaceted phenomenon, one the strengthening of populists, who promise easy solutions to complex problems, stems from various causes that have been discussed in the theory. One may reasonably assume that populism is related to political correctness. When someone is afraid of speaking out and expressing an opinion that may be considered unorthodox, obscurantist, anachronistic, or out of the mainstream, they experience the cancel culture effect in social isolation and are highly likely to turn to populism. A shared trait among populists is that they present themselves as unconventional politicians who may liberate citizens from political correctness constraints and address issues that traditional, trapped politicians dare not tackle. However, beyond the multiple contradictions of populists, what has perhaps not been sufficiently highlighted is that the very populist politicians are themselves agents of political correctness, perhaps a different one, but political correctness nonetheless. A typical example is Trump too. While he portrays himself as the fiercest opponent of political correctness, a closer examination of his language reveals that he, too, could be seen as an advocate of it, albeit in a way that differs from progressive liberal political correctness, one tailored to features of conservative audiences. It has been suggested, for instance, that Trump, in his highly skeptical stance toward environmental protection, avoids using the term climate change and instead prefers weather. The remarks confirm what has been emphasized multiple times, namely, that political correctness is a universal phenomenon that transcends the traditional left-right division. However, when political correctness hinders or excludes expression of a conservative audience that feels blocked from voicing its stance on issues, such as immigration, abortion, biological versus social gender, or same-sex parenting, even when discursively debated without hostility, and to the extent that conservative parties in Europe do not largely represent the socially conservative voter, a segment of this audience shifts towards the far right. For it has been rightfully observed that even with a progressive orientation, political correctness in these matters functions as a kind of piety among the political elite, which alongside many other factors drives segments of society towards the so-called anti-systemic forces. 5. A typical example of such political correctness is the conference that was scheduled to take place in 2021 entitled First Panhellenic Conference on Fertility and Reproductive Autonomy, Limits and Choices. The issue in this case is not the promotional spot for the conference, which indeed reproduced outdated and simplistic stereotypes about the woman who can no longer have children because she had devoted herself to her career. Nor was the issue the criticism regarding the conference's one-sided composition. Would it be the first conference to have an one-sided composition? The real issue is that instead of engaging in serious criticism and debate on these issues, the political world, from ministers to the leader of the opposition, engaged in a demonstration of political correctness credentials, which turns decency into sanctimony. The vague ethical framework surrounding the conference was forcibly adjusted by politicians to fit their own ideological and political needs. They did not seek to thoughtfully contribute to the debate, but rather to display devotion to the liberal value of choice. This is yet another manifestation of self-referentiality. They are not so much concerned with critically engaging, with reflective authenticity, with the rationale of the conference, as they are with projecting their own perspective. 6. After intense reaction, the conference was ultimately cancelled. Instead of being used as an opportunity for serious and not slogan-driven discussion on important issues, and for exposing the flaws of outdated stereotypes about the role of women, no dialogue prevailed. Of course, the phenomenon is complex and cannot be fully analyzed within the scope of this study, which merely addresses it as a brief digression. If the above observation holds true, then this is certainly a highly negative development. Because it is one thing for the conservative world to be expressed through democratic parties, and another to be appropriated by the far right, associated with acts of violence and with an overt or covert nostalgia for Nazism. Democracy needs all voices, provided that constitutional limits on freedom of expression are upheld, as suggested times above. Democracy needs both progressive and conservative expression. It needs both the traditional and the forward-thinking approach to difficult social issues. The synthesis of different perspectives with its stabilizing function is what a society should strive for, rather than a single perspective to be heard. This, ultimately, is the essence and value of parliamentary democracy, as the ever-relevant Hans reminds us even today. 7. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License (org licenses by 4.0), which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. See, among others, The Temptation of Populism and the Adventures of Discourse, Athens, Publications 2016, Populism, A Wild Word, Athens, Publications 2022. Populism, Myths, Stereotypes, and Reorientations, Athens, Hellenic Open University 2019. On the Relationship Between Political Correctness and the Rise of Trump, see Thomas, Political Correctness, A Sociocultural Black Hole, London, Studies in Social and Political Thought 2021. 5. Tina, Political Correctness, The Unbearable Lightness of Existing Discourse and the Unbearable Weight of No Action, available at Styles IT's Tees, and Political Correctness and the U.S. Elections, available at 20200623 Opinions to June 23, 2020. See also, Is Political Correctness a Tool for Equality or a Restriction of Freedom of Expression? Available at Styles IT's. It is worth noting that skepticism, or a negative attitude towards environmental protection measures, is typical not only of the Republican Party, see Jeff Sparrow, Trigger Warnings. Political Correctness and the Rise of the Right, Melbourne, Scribe 2018. 100. But also of far-right parties in Europe. A notable example is the Alternative Deutschland, an alternative for Germany. Their official website suggests that there is no scientific consensus that climate change is primarily human-induced. See website, Umwelt last accessed, September 20, 2023. See also Climate Crisis and the Far Right to Epochs, April 14, 2024. Initiatives against climate change are perceived among far-right advocates as a pointless hobby. Wilders PVV, a branch of cultural Marxism Vox, which turns Europe into a deindustrialized space driven by a cosmopolitan elite. See also Political Science and Political Correctness, available at in 20220421, INGR, April 22, 2022. See Francis. Identity, the Demand for Dignity and the Politics of Resentment, translated into Greek by V, edited by Athens, Publications 2018, p. 178, in relation to Trump's extreme and condemnable suggestions. Although many of his supporters may not have agreed with every individual statement, they liked the fact that he was not intimidated by the pressure to be politically correct. Trump was the perfect professional of authenticity morality that defines our era. One may be a liar, malicious, bigoted, and unfit for presidency, but at least he says what he thinks. See also Susan, Woke, Is the Left Woke? Interview in Woke. The Awakening Movement, Special Edition, April 28, 2024, p. 7375. Supporters of woke culture strengthen the arguments of the right, focusing on symbolic policies that essentially divide people and on issues that truly have no significance for the overwhelming majority of people on the planet, such as gender pronouns, instead of focusing, for example, on citizens' working conditions, ideas deriving from a traditional Marxist framework. Political Correctness as Pietism, available at Opinion 5614134001I, who adds, Just as in religious worship, political pietism, if uncontrolled, traps speakers within a moralizing and conformist discourse. The pursuit of orthodoxy, correct opinion, leads to favoring pietism. It is not important whether you are pious, but whether you appear to be. Real problems are not addressed, rather, artificial problems are projected, as they are shaped within ideological frameworks of reference, supported by people who build careers out of promoting political sanctimony. Hands on the essence and value of democracy, the problem of introduced and translated into Greek by Michael G. Athens, Publications, 1998. 6. Mutual tolerance as a social norm and legal principle. 1. Respect and friendliness towards others instead of political correctness. A conclusion to be drawn from the above is that, if political correctness does not align with the permissible restrictions on fundamental rights, it poses a significant threat to the freedoms of expression and art, as well as to scientific and academic freedom. Indeed, while advocates of political correctness, diversity, and protection of minority opinions and ways of life, we have seen that its application often leads to uniformity, to the eradication of diversity, and to suppressing minority opinions. Because, in reality, uniformity is born out of pseudo-diversity too. The craving for political correctness can lead to persecution of beliefs, almost like those carried out in the name of the opposite ideology. 3. Even at one of the world's most open festivals, the Edinburgh Festival, exclusion of artists has been reported, which contradicts the spirit of and simultaneously uniform political correctness. 4. In this sense, political correctness seems to contribute to the dull and unnatural homogenization of the world, which described nearly 100 years ago. Everything becomes uniform in the outward expressions of life. Everything is flattened into a homogeneous cultural model. Countries seem identical to one another. People's lives and actions are integrated into the same. In any case where political correctness seems to have drifted away from its goal of inclusivity and respect for diversity, is in that it opposes anything that can be as cultural appropriation. The movement condemns anyone who adopts symbols, customs, artistic works, clothing, or even tastes of a cultural group to which they do not belong. 6. The examples are many. The American culinary magazine Bon issued an apology for allowing a non-Jewish person to publish a recipe for a traditional Jewish dessert. The British newspaper The Guardian debated whether celebrity chef Oliver should have the right to cook rice, a dish from West Africa, and whether fellow celebrity chef should open a Chinese restaurant, as well as whether it was appropriate for famous singer to wear a Jamaican-style hairstyle at the Notting Hill Carnival. These incidents may be on the verge of the comical, but they highlight, along with other, more serious examples, a proprietary view and a trend toward cultural purity. 7. Which, of course, has nothing in common with inclusivity and the protection of minorities. All this, no wonder political correctness has been described as a double-edged sword. 8. That paradoxically only cuts on one edge, namely the wrong one. 9. Yet in its very core, and certainly not in its extremes that accuse Kant and Aristotle 1011 of being racist, there is a positive element that should be utilized, namely, that in a society one cannot simply say and do whatever one wants, as if one were not subject to law. One should always bear in mind that we coexist with other people and should respect their sensitivities, refrain from offending them, and accept their right to think and live differently than others. 1213. This positive core of political correctness is not cancelled by the concern for the collective, rather than the individual, in the sense that it is primarily aimed at protecting social minority groups rather than specific individuals. Let alone that many important rights are primarily exercised collectively, e.g., religious communities, political parties, and also that over time the most severe persecutions and violations of individual rights are not primarily triggered by individual features of specific persons, but rather by their affiliation to a religious, ethnic, political, or other group. Rather than discriminating and excluding, we should acknowledging difference and embracing. This is why the term political correctness, which among other things connotes purity and a kind of linguistic hygiene 14, has been proposed to be replaced by alternatives such as respect for diversity and friendliness toward one's fellow human beings. 15. The key question, therefore, is how to develop sensitivity to certain forms of discrimination and clear injustices, without legitimizing nihilistic culture wars and waves of contemporary censorship. 16. As Stuart Hall, one of the most influential figures of the British left, suggests, political correctness forces many defenders of rights and social justice to fight on several fronts at once. On the one hand, to defend the importance of the issues raised, on the other, to keep a distance from the extremes committed in the name of anti-racism, anti-sexism, or anti-homophobia by militant activists. We have more than enough enemies. God should help us from our friends. 17. 2. Mutual tolerance as a social legal imperative and emerging distinctions. Absolute freedom of speech entails a demand for complete tolerance. Nothing that is said can be deemed unacceptable, hence a generalized relativism of all values. Yet every society needs a basis of shared values. Substituting them solely with the "I have the right to say anything I want" principle is not enough to establish communal life. Obviously, the right for someone to be exempt from certain rules cannot be the only principle organizing community life. 18. These principles, potentially described as mutual tolerance, are not merely norms of social. They may also be projected at a legal level, especially when defining the limits of practicing constitutional rights of expression. This is where one should refrain from forbidding others to express themselves freely, even in ways completely different than one's own. At the same time, however, others should not have the right to insult or disregard the sensitivities of fellow humans. Applying these broad principles in practice requires subtle but important distinctions. 19. For example, before someone decides to buy a book, listen to a song, or watch a film, a TV series, or a theatrical performance, they have usually been informed about its content. Reading or watching a work without prior knowledge of its content is only a rather theoretical possibility which, based on the principle of proportionality, cannot justify restricting freedom of expression or any artistic or scientific freedom. In other words, the question of unintentional infringement can hardly arise in such cases. If anyone feels offended by a work, they should simply refrain from seeing or reading it. However, they cannot make a constitutional claim that others, who may wish to view or read it, should not do so, merely because it conflicts with one's beliefs. This does not apply to works which one encounters against their will, e.g., advertisements in public spaces. The theoretical suggestion, and the one put forward by the United States Supreme Court jurisprudence, "Let them look away" 20, is hardly convincing. What is the point in urging someone to look away when they have already seen what offends them? 2122. The key word here is tolerance. On the one hand, those who feel offended must exercise tolerance by allowing the creator to share their provocative work with people who wish to read, see, or hear it. On the other hand, the creator must also show tolerance by making sure that no one is exposed to offensive material without their will. It thus becomes clear that mutual tolerance is not only a fundamental principle of social coexistence, but also a means of resolving constitutional conflicts. 23. Upon closer examination, one may find that tolerance constitutes the very foundation of modern parliamentary democracy. That is, a democracy which does not rest upon the tyranny of the majority, but instead protects the rights of minorities. A democracy that is founded on deliberation, dialogue, and the synthesis of differing viewpoints. 24. Is it not, after all, the very essence of a parliamentary process? All of this presupposes tolerance, respect towards different views, a constant questioning of the correctness of one's own political beliefs, and an absence of mental shortcuts fostered by the various manifestations of political correctness. The question is whether all this can be achieved when, in political circles, the value is not on bridges of understanding and compromises, but on classifying people into opposing camps and drawing absolute lines between good and evil. 25. Perhaps, in the end, political correctness aligns all too well with this distorted conception of politics. For although political correctness is right to be concerned with these broader cultural and social issues, it is incapable of understanding the importance of the educational perception of politics and the achievement of consensus. It may have radicalized the political agenda, but it remains attached to an outdated and discredited notion of the political 26. Tolerance towards both different individuals and different opinions is not merely a central concept of modern constitutional law. As reminds us, the kind of freedom that truly matters and holds practical significance is not so much the freedom of those who agree, but rather the freedom of those who disagree. 27. Tolerance is also gaining ground in the field of philosophy. 28, and it represents a necessary step towards the self-purification of political correctness from its excesses, for returning to its original foundation, the demand for respecting minorities and diversity. After all, the problem may lie in the fact that we have become overly confident in ourselves and our own views, and overly harsh toward others, to whom we grant neither the right to be wrong nor the right to hold a different opinion. This absolute certainty about the validity of our views, which we think reflect the one and only truth 29, moves in the opposite direction of inclusion and respect for diversity. In a profound silencing of dissenting voices and restricting freedom of expression 30, herein lies the true problem with political correctness in its extreme forms. It is dominated by a conception of politics as the denunciation of false ideas and meanings that should be replaced with true ones. This is a strategy shaped by the model of politics as truth. Yet the last thing we need is to adopt a framework in which one authority replaces a set of identities or truths with another set of supposedly more correct identities and truths 31. Once again, literature has highlighted these concerns in the best possible way, like in The Friend by. The author, an American woman living in New York, whose origins are traced in Panama, China, and Germany, the model of a multicultural society and respect for diversity, but in her novel she documents a prevailing lack of tolerance in a modern cancel culture by using politically unorthodox words. Here's something else I have noticed about students: how self-righteous they have become, how intolerant they are of any flaw or weakness in a writer's character. And I am not talking about overt racism or misogyny. I am talking about any slightest hint of insensitivity or prejudice, any eccentricity. If a writer does not pass the test of being someone they would want as a friend, which invariably means someone progressive and morally impeccable, then screw them. A novelist, like any good citizen, is expected to confine themselves, while the idea that someone might write what they want, regardless of anyone else's opinion, was inconceivable to them. 32. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 4 International License, org licenses by 40, which permits use, sharing, adaptation, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if changes were made. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. See Political Correctness as a Symptom, June 18, 2023. The postmodern subject should now think, feel, and be moved according to the dictates of political correctness. See also Freedom of Speech, Hate Rhetoric, and the Politics of History, the book's journal, issue 149, January 2024, p. 1416. I would like, however, to emphasize a strong objection, if not outright opposition, that arises from various forms of political correctness that undermine respect for diversity, inclusivity, and tolerance, precisely the values political correctness should uphold, by imposing a form of censorship within a preordained framework, regarding which opinions may be freely expressed and which may not. Pascal, an almost perfect culprit, translated into Greek by Athens, Publications 2022, p. 170. See also Mangled, also Everything So Beautifully Germ-Free here, Die, April 20, 2023. It is the most political book by a deeply political author, in Philip, The Human Stain, translated into Greek by, afterward by Ilias and Athens, Polis Publications 2003, p. 493-498. Alexander, DDR, A Touch of the GDR, August 1920, 2023. The Homogenization of the World, translated into Greek by Maria, Athens, Agra Publications 2024, p. 9. C. Murray, The War on the West, Prevailing in an Age of Unreason, translated into Greek by Athens, Liberal Books 2023. 371. See also 10 examples in Woke. Awoke. The Awakening Movement, Special Edition, April 28, 2024, p. 2124, regarding the criticism directed at Serbian musician Goran for allegedly appropriating traditional Roma melodies in the film Time of the Gypsies. See also Gray is an anti-intellectual movement, interview in Woke. The Awakening Movement, Special Edition, April 28, 2024, p. 8890. The woke movement on campuses mirrors what is happening in society, and although it stands against what it identifies as right-wing sources of extremism, it has nevertheless come to represent their extreme opposite and has the same lack of tolerance when it comes to dissent. See also a political correctness as available at opinion 5614134001 Like all noble ideas, political correctness has, roughly speaking, two versions, the good and the bad one. In its good version, it constitutes political decency, an affirmation of otherness in the context of liberal democracy. In its bad version, it becomes political piety, petrified into a ritualistic self-affirming display of respect for institutions, expressed in wooden language and potentially degenerating into thought policing. Thomas, on political correctness, June 18, 2023. He further notes, this multifaceted phenomenon is governed in theory by moral and social values, which all sane people would agree with. This is its good edge, for example, its intention to eliminate systemic injustices against socially weak individuals. In practice, it realizes the incomparable stand-up comedian's view, the amateur, analytical philosopher and anything but conservative George Carlin. It is the latest American form of intolerance, and what makes it extremely malicious is that it appears disguised as tolerance. Its motive is a virtuous one, but as it always happens in such cases in the USA, it has been so monstrously distorted so as to be devoid of practical utility. C. Murray, The War Against the West. Prevailing in an Era of Irrationality, translated into Greek by Michael, Athens, Liberal Books 2023. 257. See Political Correctness, Freedom of Expression versus Political Correctness, and 2017, p. 62. Here is an example of extreme political correctness. There was a placard in public transport in Hamburg which read, "Traveling black costs 60 Deutschmarks." It was withdrawn after reaction, although it was of course clear that the expression, like similar others, black money, black market, had nothing to do with skin. See also a Sense and Sensibility. Can we rewrite the books of the past in terms of today? Available at Culture Books 562354507 Natoi Mitoi. Another example with an extreme comic gloss is that Tick blocked Charles Dickens' official museum account because his name included the word Dick. See Political Correctness, From the American Campuses to Our Small Country, available at Mag Itati. Political correctness sets customary limits so that we can continue to live in society and protect the common bond, especially when the speech of the powerful directly offends the weaker. See further, is political correctness a tool for equality, or does it limit freedom of expression? Available at Styles ITs, I don't see how a mild form of political correctness, one which originates from cultural and lacks excesses, or could be harmful. Instead, it could help improve morals and civility in public discourse. See also The Problem with Political Correctness, available at a 796222 to me Tin Athens Voice, April 4, 2023, and Do you call someone a bumpkin or a cripple? Two Greek linguists talk about political correctness, available at both as a linguist and a citizen, I believe it is on the right track not to use the item Negro because, for an entire era, the period of the slave trade, it registered the overall perception of these societies. As a language user, I do not wish to name a fellow human in this way. This is one of the basic meanings of political correctness. So long as all this is not the easy solution out, which simply postpones dealing with the real problems. Francis, Identity. The Demand for Dignity and the Politics of Resentment, translation into Greek by V. Edited by Publications, 2018, p. 173. University curricula can be modified so as to include texts by women and minority authors, more easily than the income or social status of any such groups can be modified. See Christos, Do you call someone a bumpkin or a crippler? Two Greek linguists talk about political correctness, available at iPerry, last access June 20, 2024. Till End Die, A Declaration of Love to Political Correctness, available at Gesellschaft 87318. Political Correctness, Rational Corrections, Irrational Dogmatisms, available at Mag, last accessed May 10, 2025. Stuart Hall, Exploring Some Politically Incorrect Pathways Through Political Correctness, translated into Greek by Issue 161-61, April-December 2023, p. 141-147. The Inner Enemies of Democracy, translated into Greek by and Athens, Publications 2013. 181. Even from the point of view of the person being expressed, see, who needs political correctness. Available at Postscripts 10, March 22, 2017. The importance of discourse and any responsibility attributed to it varies depending on where it comes from, be it an institutional body, a journalist of a widely circulating newspaper, a hierarch who preaches before a congregation, or even a citizen who happens to occasionally or opportunistically acquire access to a public forum. See our Religion versus Art, Polis Publications, 2005. 147-148. See The Inner Enemies of Democracy, translated into Greek by and Athens, Publications, 2013. 181-182. Our approach and expectations towards a book we should buy and read, a rare and hard action. A newspaper article or a TV show or even a satirical article are different. An incident can describe this difference in relation to the image. In autumn of 2006, a museum of photography in Charleroi, Belgium, an exhibition of a Japanese photographer who photographed tied-up naked women. The exhibition was announced with a large banner on the front of the museum. Some residents protested, but the museum director declared he would resist and that the censors will not claim admission. Yet the difference between these two situations, the photographs in the gallery and the photographs on a street poster, is clear. Entering a gallery is a voluntary act. Seeing the poster only requires passing by the area. The issue takes on broader dimensions with the public burning of in European cities. In fact, in several European countries such as Denmark, acts like burning, desecrating, or trampling on religious texts in public, or with the intent of widely disseminating images of such desecration, have been criminalized. See Alex was What the Danes Want to Ban Goes Too Far for Sweden, 2-3 September 2023, and the press reports of December 2023, AG. Denmark criminalizes Quran burning, available at 414426 Itoy, Tun, December 7, 2023. In Greece, however, Article 191A of the Penal Code penalizes public destruction of a flag or emblem of state sovereignty, but not of a religious symbol, unless the act takes place in a site of particular religious significance. More broadly, it is particularly noteworthy that the restrictive provisions found in European legal systems are no longer aimed at protecting the Christian majority, but rather religious minorities and primarily Muslims. See also Censorship context, in and Dictionary of Censorship in Greece, Stunted Democracy, Dictatorship, Transition to Democracy, Athens, Publishing, 2018, p. 279-287. Paradoxically, it is no longer only majorities that are protected by the legal tool once known as blasphemy, but also minorities who must not be provoked. Blasphemy makes a comeback through the back door, cloaked in the guise of anti-racism and the fight against hate speech. Once it was the Christian majority that would be outraged, now it is the Muslim minority that issues threats. See also Hughes' Political Correctness, A History of Semantics and Culture, Oxford, Publishing, 2010, p. 285, who points out that while The Guardian, the British newspaper, opposed the publication of the Mohammed cartoons in Denmark, arguing that they were offensive to Muslims, it would often refer to Pope as God's Rottweiler. See Art and Religion, Mutual Tolerance as a Means of Resolving Constitutional Conflicts, Public Law Review A, 2016. 45. See also Wokeness. From Growth to Wokeness, Tradition and Cultural Shifts from the Transition to Democracy Era to the Present, the book's journal, issue 151, March 2024, p. 24-27, the coexistence of different values and ideas periodically leads to explosive tensions. The question is how compromises can be achieved when values and ideas collide. The answer points to the need to cultivate a culture of dialogue, compromise, and consensus, centered, however, around a shared core of values. C. Gregor was Eason What Politicians Don't Say, because Democracy is about majorities, not truths, Berlin, 2023, p. 233. Stuart Hall, Exploring Some Politically Incorrect Paths of Political Correctness, translation into Greek by, issues 161-61, April-December 2023, p. 141-150. Constitutional Law as a Technique of Political Freedom, in Constitutional Theory and Practice, Athens, Publishing, 1980, p. 1155. C. Julian, Cancel Culture. Cancel Culture, The End of Enlightenment. A Plea for Independent Thinking, Munich, Piper Publishing's 3rd ed. 2023. 128. Where he emphasizes that tolerance should serve as the emblem of modern politics and a core feature of every democratic legal order. See also, Perhaps the Other Person is Right Too, 28 April 2024. This may well be the great problem of our time, an inability to acknowledge that our interlocutor, our political opponent, the one who disagrees with us, might be right or at least partly right. John Stuart Mill, On Liberty, edited and introduced by London, Penguin Books Classics, 1985, first published 1859, p. 76. Stuart Hall, Exploring Some Politically Incorrect Paths of Political Correctness, translated by Issues 161-61, April-December 2023, p. 141-152. Oh the Friend, translated by Athens, Publishers, 2021, p. 224. See also the related review by What We Lose and What We Mourn, available at 34930TOT, The Book's Journal, August 31, 2019.